What's happening? Benton here. I just gassed up the old 2012 Nissan Versa. And boy, this thing's beat to shit. I just gassed it up. We're rolling out of the Arco and about to jump on the I-5 just north of LA. And we're headed to the Pacific Northwest. What y'all think about that? We're gonna risk it with the rain because I looked up for Seattle. They said it's on average 9 days of rain in June. Now it hasn't rained at all apparently this month, but so who knows? I could get there and it'd be 9 days of rain in a row. That's possible. And I'm not necessarily going to Seattle. I looked at several different spots just to see what the weather was doing. But for those who may not be aware, the Pacific Northwest is known for being rainy. However, July and August, typically there's effectively no rain. And I've been curious to see what the area is like. What is the region like post-pandemic? The hell? Hang on, I'm looking at what. Okay, never mind. Just looking at the GPS here. I've been going south from this exit, and you just get right on the I-5. But to go north, apparently we have to do some shenanigans. So bear with me. Ghostface Chris is first. Want everybody to know that. Very important. Bear with me while we navigate this traffic. I don't know what the semi's doing. Is he getting on the interstate? I guess not. Uh-oh. Did I miss my turn? So what the fuck is this thing doing to us? It's total confusion, folks. Oh, I missed the on-ramp. That's what happened. The size of the semi completely obscured the entire on-ramp. Some of these Cali interstate on-ramps are quite different than in other parts of the country. All right, we made it. Bear with me. Thank you for your patience. Shout out to the chat. We're immediately deposited into a million and one big rigs, of course. Let's get to racing. The race is on. Oh, wait a minute. Start both of my odometers. I think it's like 1,200 miles to Seattle. So that's where I end up going. Plenty of time to change our mind en route, of course. I do enjoy a good road trip, so why not? I laid around that motel about as long as I could. Yeah, it's time to get out of here. Bear with me while we get into a topic: a vacuous, delusory, adversarial realm of business. Oh, sorry, business transactions. And that seems to not a concise description, not a succinct description, but certainly perhaps a tad unwieldy description of the realm I solipsistically find myself in. I don't know what realm you folks are in, or if you are even folks at all at all. Does it even matter? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. As some of my people like to say, it don't make no matter. Now we're on the hill climb. I believe old Austin Murphy lives in Sacramento. That's the next actual city, I believe, or as far as I'm sure that's not true at all, but large city. Well, did we go through Fresno? I don't want to hurt Fresno's feelings. Fresno, I think I've talked about it on here before. Shockingly, it'll surprise you how high the population of Fresno is with the city limits compared to what people might think it is. It's pretty fucking big. Hang on. Can I just get in a lane and cruise in peace? Why do I have to do all this driving? Trying to do a live stream. Don't you understand that? Who designed this road? Clearly not designed with live streams in mind. My ears are popping. What the fuck is this? I didn't know we were going up into the mountains. Fuck. Goodness gracious. Hell, the Versa could get up these hills. What's wrong with all these other vehicles? 122 horsepower. Even less in whatever this elevation is. It's got my ears popping. Oh, man. This is crazy. And I am planning, perhaps slowly but surely. I've been getting rid of some of my items along the way. Hopefully, there will be more of that to come. How's my audio? I'm getting weird noises out of my left earbud. Not sure. Maybe that's something to do with the active noise canceling, perhaps. Of course, I'm doing such intense driving right now. There's nothing I can do. I can't even look. I can't do anything. Can't take my eyes off the road. Both hands on the wheel. What the fuck? Oh, the speed limit's 55. That's probably got something to do with it. I had no idea. Just assumed it was 65. Let me see. How's the audio? Audio all right? What's up, Denise? Hopefully we're all right. I don't know, man. I'm getting some weird noises in the old earbud. It's got to be the noise canceling, so I'm not listening to any audio. How strange. If it persists, I might have to consider some countermeasures. And in all my travels of the West Coast, I actually haven't driven on I-5 just a whole lot myself. So I don't know. I'm assuming I can be heard until told otherwise, while also not reading the comments. I'm not sure how that's going to work. And now we're on to the free version of StreamYard. So I don't know exactly what they give for total streamer time in a month. I don't think it's very much. So expect we'll be chewing through that rather quickly. I've got stuff to say. It's just I haven't. All I've been able to do is have laser-like focus on my driving for the last 10 minutes or so. See, I've got the patience to just hit the slow lane and ride it out, but every damn semi in the state of California will be on my ass in 5 minutes once the hill climb turns into a descent. It's one of the challenges of streaming while driving. It's like sometimes it's just like I can't do anything about this. Nothing I can do other than pull over. Mhm. Oh yeah. Speaking of business transactions, look at all these big rigs. This is all business. Reminds me of that fella from the Congo I had a lengthy conversation with at a truck stop, and he took the attitude that trucking is just it's one of the most wonderful things possible because people need you know we're getting the goods that people need to where it's going. It's like, I don't know, man. Have you ever been inside a Dollar Tree? It's like, I'm pretty sure nobody needs any of that stuff. And it's like, yeah, I love the Dollar Tree also. I buy things there too. But uh, yeah, like how much in this consumer society, right? Like how much of this stuff in these trucks is just worthless crap, Vacuous. I'm seeing the word fake more and more. Now it's like the boomers are trying to cope, whining about how awesome, their life on their BMX bike was in 1986 or whatever. And I guess those aren't, well, that's Gen X, actually, now that I think about it. Either way, as we've noted, Gen X does not exist online. This is fucking peril out here, man. This is dangerous. Dangerous driving conditions. Goodness gracious. And that was something that surprised me all those years living in the streets with nothing, with almost nothing, and not having a car. I did not miss driving at all. I enjoy driving to some extent. I like, long trips and all these things. I did not miss driving whatsoever. And there was at least 5 solid years where I effectively did not drive an automobile whatsoever. Could have been longer. Car insurance is due, I think, around the 13th, and it's a general insurance. They cancel pretty quick for non-payment. It's like, do I really want to spend another $100 just to have this thing be legal in the databases so I don't get pulled over and harassed, you know, by the jackbooted oppressor thugs? I think we're finally out of it. I mean, we're finally out of the shit. Maybe, maybe, perhaps. That was that was surprising, unexpected. Yeah, I guess that was a pretty good live stream yesterday. Hard to tell anymore. Uh, Motivation is lacking in certain areas. Spiritual attacks this morning. The whatever existential crisis that is around, man's search for meaning or whatever, in a man's search for meaning in a vacuous, adversarial, I'm sorry, vacuous, delusory, adversarial realm of business transactions, right? Maybe I really was an artist off nonsense. Me, still, still dealing with the shell shock of that insane traffic we just drove through. That was nuts. Give me a minute to find my bearings. Good Lord. My kidneys have been hurting the last couple of days, although sometimes that can be the pancreas, but I'm pretty sure it's the kidneys. And from experience, I'm taking it as my kidneys are becoming stimulated. That can feel painful. Although it's a little more on the left side than the right side, which is when they actually were hurting because they were so fucked up. There was always more pain on the left side. But no, man, I haven't done anything lately that would fuck up my kidneys that I'm aware of, unless all this sugar I had was a rougher and a longer lasting effect than I was prepared for. I don't believe that's the case. Probably have to get up on some of them onions and cilantro, man. Maybe find us a street top. Got some of that bomb ass habanero sauce, hot sauce. Maybe that'll. But yeah, or it could just be more healing, right? Could be more healing. They say supposedly fear is associated with the kidneys, so maybe I'm being spiritually attacked so hard that it's making my kidneys hurt. But I'm not experiencing fear, you know. So, but yeah, the spiritual attacks, especially somebody like me who throws down the gauntlet so regularly and just says, "Hey, demons, do your worst." It goes on live stream and just his thoughts and feelings and potential plans and all of this. Like, yeah, it's a lot of fodder for the demonic forces there, sir. Uh, Potentially giving them a lot of ammo, but yeah, these spiritual attacks, they did not last too long. Just laying there, waiting to poop, laying on the floor, waiting to poop. It's like, yeah, all right, yeah, we get it. Just having all the same repeating thoughts about the nature of the realm and money, and you know, in some ways, societies, you know, I'm now like a category that society, doesn't really want a lot to do with. And I'm not saying that as a victim. Uh, and that is one reason I hesitated in my decision to go to the Pacific Northwest, because I certainly could have left out quite earlier. But, the feminazi, aggressive lesbians is quite a bit stronger in the Pacific Northwest. Although, the entire West Coast has that. And they typically take a particular dislike to me, but that's not a problem. It's obvious to me that the traditional male role, adult male role in society, that's no longer what society or the machine or Moloch's machine or the realm or this delusory adversarial realm of business transactions. And that's where I think is one of the key confusions of the people who believe themselves to be conservatives or raised with certain America First Christian ideology, right wing. Although I don't think right wing's even. I try to stay out of stuff if possible, but um, it took me a long time, but I finally figured it out that the conventional wisdom is that, well, the post-war period, those were just superior people. They were just better morally. They were more interested in doing what was good for society. And so, you had a man got married to a woman, and then society, was able to provide a living wage, and she was happy, white picket fence, 2.5 kids, the whole thing, Ozzie and Harriet, the 50s. And what I've come to realize is that those people are exactly like the people of today. Their brainwashing also offered up to Moloch, by their parents at some point. Like when this began, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it's always been this way. And then what Moloch's machine needed at the time was to build up society in certain ways. And to do that, it used this idea of the nuclear family. And, the father is the head of the family and the breadwinner and all of this. And then people got the wrong idea that, oh, okay, well, this is what a society is supposed to look like. It's like, no, that's what society looked like when everybody's brainwashing was designed to make society look like that. That's why society of the 50s, the post-war period, that's why it was the way it was. It's because people all lived their entire lives under mind control, still do. And they were mind controlled into behaving that way, into thinking those things, and to doing those things, to working at those places, right, for those wages, living below their means, right, avoiding debt. Was that because they were better people? And this idea that, oh, well, they don't build things like they used to. It's like, yeah, they didn't have the technology to build all this cheap crap yet. Do you really think that these corporations of of yesteryear, that it's just, oh, they had more morals and scruples, so they made better products? Like, no, the technology did not yet exist for them to. That was the cheapest crap they were able to turn out back then. If they could have churned out cheaper crap, they absolutely would have back in the day. See, that's logic. That's unassailable logic. What's not logical is to say, well, yeah, back in my day, they made things were built to last. Yeah, why was that? It's because the industrial, uh, you know, uh, the industrial revolution hadn't quite progressed to the point of being able to manufacture all this cheap crap that's disposable yet. Do you really think that these business people of yesteryear would have said, oh yeah, well, we see that it's now possible to make all this crap, but we want toaster ovens that are serviceable, right? People don't want to buy a new toaster oven every 3 months, right? Or twice a year for $6 at Walmart and then throw it away. No, they want a serviceable toaster oven. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. So this is what I mean about brutal application of logic, right? Now I'm so thick-headed in a lot of ways. It took me years and years and years to figure a lot of this stuff out. Maybe if I was otherwise more intelligent, it would have been more or less obvious to me at some point, or much earlier rather. But yeah, the moral superiorities. No, they just weren't as decadent and depraved. If you look at decadence and depravity on a spectrum or on a graph it over time, it doesn't work to take the people of the day and to measure their levels of decadence and depravity and then go look at 1962 and say, wow, those must have been moral people. No, those were decadent, depraved people. They just weren't as decadent and depraved. They were less of that. Probably a big part of the less was what society and Moloch's machine needed of them. What's up, Joe Moore? Glenn in the house. Good to see you, sir. Is that old timey Glenn? If so, good to see you. If not, good to see you. How about that? Or maybe that's somebody else that I used to ask, where's Glenn so often. I think maybe he's just finally said, fuck it, I'm just going to change my name to Glenn. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And I defy any of you, as a thought experiment, I would love people, uh, I would love people to be able to I got distracted by somebody driving 100 miles an hour and flashing their lights. It's like, yo, I don't mind if you go 100, but it's like I'm not responsible for for knowing that you're back there going 100. I say, yeah, that's why I'm flashing my lights. Okay, well, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, it's finally going to be 65. All right. So in a lot of ways, what I see with the programming of a lot of folks, and also left to their own devices, it's this yearning for this return to something that wasn't that great in the first place. But, once removed from the period, the 80s, the 90s, all of this, once the person has removed themselves from that for so long, what drops away is all the bad shit that was annoying and sucked. Right. What that just gets forgotten. And in fact, I think a lot of today's characteristics probably get projected onto that. Does anybody remember that in 1987, if you wanted some sort of piece of electronics and you weren't rich, good luck? Does anybody not remember that? I had an entire early Benton, much of early Benton's early life was like just fanatically desiring electronics that was just simply out of reach. And my parents had money, right? I mean, people have forgotten how expensive this stuff was back in the day. I remember we were big into video games, and all of these systems, these obscure systems would come out. The 3DO, the Panasonic 3DO, that thing was $500. Anybody remember that? It's 500 motherfucking dollars. It might as well have been $1 million. There was a 0% chance of me coming up with $500. It was impossible. And if I did, I mean, my parents would probably be like, hey, man, that's for the college fund. Like, what's wrong with you? We're not spending that on video games. Are you crazy? It's like, yeah, get you one more Nintendo game, and then, we're saving the rest. What's wrong with this kid? $500 video game system. And that's, what is that in today's money? That's 2 G's, right? And hell, it might have been more. I think 500. All you got was the system. I don't think you got anything else. I think you're looking at like 700 if you actually want to play a game. So yeah, I like living in the golden age of affordable consumer electronics. It's fucking awesome. 2025 is fucking awesome if you want to go on Amazon and buy whatever the fuck it is. Whatever it is. I listen to $10 wireless earbuds. And they sound completely fine. $10. $9.99. I don't think there was anything, convert today's $9.99 into whatever, whatever that would have represented in 1987. You could not buy anything that would allow you to listen to anything for $9.99, whatever the equivalent is. There's nothing. There was nothing purchasable for $9.99 of today's money in 1987 that you could listen to. No, absolutely nothing. Nothing whatsoever. You better take your ass to a yard sale, partner. You better get to haggling. So it's almost like people think, oh, well, let's go back to how things were in the 80s. And then you can't. You can't go back because it's not, you can't go back to whatever 1987 levels of corporate hellscape was. See, that was a very different corporate hellscape. There's no rolling back a corporate hellscape. So you can't. It's not possible to return to 1987 because there's no version of less corporate hellscape than 2020. There's no reality in which there's less corporate hellscape than the level of 2025. Why is my brain able to make all of these connections and other people just think, oh well, if we just go back to daddy as a breadwinner and mommy stays home raising the little monsters, and all of this, everything will be fine. Like, what are you talking? And meanwhile, everything was certainly not fine in 1987, lest we forget. Very, very serious social problems in 1987 in this country. I believe there was still a crack epidemic going on, as I recall. Motherfucking war on drugs, Jack. It's 2025. We've already been through, and the royal we, of course. Society's already been through round after round after round of drug sentencing reform. They were putting motherfuckers to prison for life for crack cocaine possession in 1987. Are you crazy? Now, I understand some people think, yeah, that's my point is societies cannot ever go back to that. What society would have would not be any version of that. It would be like this guy from the Philippines and his death squads. Like that's what it would be, that Duterte or whatever the fuck. Some of these bullshit shithole countries, I get confused, but whatever that was going on, like, that's also not a good thing to put somebody in prison for the rest of their motherfucking life. I mean, surely we all agree by now that that's probably not a good idea. But when you talk about Republicans and Donald Trump and all of this, make America great again, I hope you all understand in 1987, that was the conventional wisdom was, put these motherfuckers in prison forever for something that in 20 years is going to be a Dave Chappelle comedy sketch on just regular old cable television, Comedy Central, right? Tyrone Biggums and his crack rocks, right? That was the conventional wisdom in 1987. And what about the bleeding heart Democrats? Did you know that Bill Clinton? Let me calm down. I'm getting too worked up. Let me chill the. I'm getting too annoyed by the ignorance of the general public. Why would I ever be so foolish as to let the ignorance of the general public, and not you, the listener? Why would I ever let my ideas about the ignorance of the general public? Why would I let that bother me? That's how silly. How silly of me. My apologies. So I know something y'all don't know about politics because Bill Clinton became president in 1992. Meaning, what was Bill Clinton doing in 1987? He was governor of Arkansas, or maybe he wasn't governor of Arkansas. Because I love to talk about that Bill Clinton was my governor, that he was the governor of Arkansas pretty much my entire childhood. Pretty much my entire childhood. The governor before old Bill Clinton was a guy named Orville Faubus. And Billy Clinton went into the governor's mansion in Arkansas after beating Orville Faubus. And then Orville Faubus at a certain point came back and took his governorship back. Said, not so fast, my friend. And after that, Bill Clinton made his mind up that never again would he ever lose an election because he was seen as not tough enough on crime. And that's fast forward to Hillary Clinton and super predators, right? So this idea, you always got Democrats out there, and they're the ones wanting to let all the criminals out. No, those are the communists letting all the criminals out of jail. Has anybody studied communism? Right? Has anybody studied and I really haven't. I picked up enough here and there to just know a thing or two. Yeah, that's the commies that want criminals running around everywhere because it undermines society. It destabilizes and weakens society to have a bunch of criminals running around committing crimes everywhere. That's good for the potential for a communist revolution. So that's considered good, a good day for the commies, right? So Bill Clinton, you know, uh, made his mind up. He would never, ever, ever allow himself to be viewed as soft on crime ever again. This idea that, oh, it's a Democrat, so it's weak on crime. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's no, the motherfucking commies have taken over the Democratic Party, right? They've taken over the Democratic Party, and that's the soft on crime crowd is commies. Right? It's not when people want to blame everything on liberals. Liberals are not soft on crime. I hate to break it to you. It's communists. Now, the fact that liberals have allowed themselves to politically get put into a position to where if they're not willing to go along with a communist revolution, that now they have no choice but to align themselves with Republicans and traditional family values. See, that's another trap, right? And they haven't figured their way out of that. Meanwhile, I'm talking, this is official fiction later. I don't believe any of this. Like, I don't subscribe to any of this. This is just Benton knowing way more about official fiction politics than most of you put together. And I don't mean, again, not most, not the listeners. I mean, just broadly speaking, you know, just because at a certain point, I just kind of became somewhat interested in politics and listened to a lot of talk radio and read some books, followed a few elections, you know. What do you want me to do about it? So yeah, society can never go back to it's 1987 and the conventional wisdom is Democrats and Republicans both. Yeah, put them in prison forever. Put them in prison forever for something that's going to be a humorous family time around the dinner table comedy sketch on Comedy Central in motherfucking prime time. Tyrone Biggums and his crack rocks. Sprinkle some crack on it. Like literally sprinkle some crack on it. Right? Yeah, it's hilarious. I agree. It's fucking hilarious. However, this is, again, solipsistically, here's Benton observing all this going, I guess I'm the only one who is watching this with a 1987 Super Predator, put them all in prison forever. Put them in prison forever lens. And also, these fucking traditional family values Republicans are hallucinating as if it was possible to go back to that. The very fact that they're sitting around the dinner table in prime time laughing at peanut butter and crack sandwich, right? Dave Chappelle peanut butter and crack sandwich, and it's the fucking most hilarious thing of all time in 2002 or whenever that was. How come I'm the only one that makes that connection in real time? There's no going back to that, folks. This country, if it wanted to, this is what it would do if it decided, okay, we've had enough of these junkies in the streets. It would do some version of the death. It would just have death squads and just go out and get rid of them. And I think there's already been versions of that. Personally, I think it's been happening. I've spent enough time in these homeless streets that I do have access to insider information at a certain point, believe it or not. And what I've noticed is way less homeless people overall, but they seem to be concentrated in areas. So when I first chose, and it was a choice, when I first chose to adapt to homelessness, right? My sense of it was there was a way more widespread, spread out, vagabond sort of subculture, underclass, kind of a live free or die thing. But then, of course, also the hardcore junkie contingent, also always a thing. And that all seems to have completely changed. And something I noticed myself during the pandemic was in my years of urban more or less mastering what might be referred urban and suburban camping, let's just call it that. I got really adept at finding camping spots, and I don't mean like let's start a homeless encampment. I mean like somewhere I could pitch a tent or a tarp, sleep for the night, pack my shit in the morning, and get the fuck out of here. Right. And a lot of those spots, maybe even going back to the old Hooverville days and the riding of the rails, a lot of those you could tell these are spots, just sort of way stations or just people travel through and maybe they do pitch a tent for a week and then the cops run them out of there. You could just tell based on the way the ground looked. And during the pandemic, I went out and at a certain point after almost dying from almost drinking myself to death, and then the whole homelessness arc with my pops trying to help me out and all of that, and then being able to go back to truck driving, for Balkan transport, Balkan Express back in the day, and live streaming it and all my health woes, and me being white as a fucking sheet for 2 years or whatever. And then one day on live stream, somebody's like, "Hey, you got color in your face," and I looked at myself on live stream. I was like, "Holy shit, I do!" After like 2 fucking solid years of fucking Benton the Friendly Ghost. And look, like here's the outlets. See, that's over, folks. The outlets at Tejon. This is done. I hope y'all realize this. So when people romanticize 1987 and 1996, that's what is more 1996 than I'm passing the outlets and they're on like it actually spans both sides of the fucking interstate. Like most of it is on the east side and some of it spills over onto the west side. This shit's done. Now some of it is not going to go out of business fully, but America as this, it's over. Now there are a couple of warehouses. That's not over with. These gigantic fulfillment centers, that's not over with. Now, how much of that was going on in it's a gigantic warehouse that says famous footwear. There's another gigantic warehouse. I don't know what I can't read what it says on it. And data centers and whatever all of this is. An America of it's 1996, or well, let's say it's 1989, and Batman is in the theaters. It's all the rage. All the kids hang out at the mall, which wasn't even really ever a thing entirely, but as much as possible, the kids are at the mall, which was regular, but it wasn't quite as often as people may think. Right. I remember like driving to Branson, Missouri with my own money because my grandma gave me some money. Like going shopping for clothes. In the outlets. I think Branson had the outlets or whatever at the time. I'm telling you, man, that shit's done. Hell, Branson's done. It's all done. It can't be remade. It can't be recreated because the conditions that created all of that were because of what the vacuous, delusory, adversarial realm of business needed. See, and I'm convinced if we could just teleport the people who think everything's fake today, which really they mean vacuous. That's when people say it's fake, they mean vacuous. It's hollow. It lacks substance. It has no content. I wish we could transport some of these people back to 1987. Do you know how motherfucking bored your average person would be if we sent them back to 1987? I don't think they could deal with it. I really don't. I'm not sure the average person could deal with just daily life of 1987. because there's a bell that can't be unrung. They already know what 2025 is like. And most people, I don't believe, are able to realize, yes, if we recreate 1987, we'll be living in 1987, and all the awesome things about 2025 won't exist. Everything that's awesome about 2025 did not exist in 1987, folks. And everything that we still thought wasn't rotten and completely ruined yet, like the nuclear family in 1987, guess what? It was rotten. We just weren't as aware of it. Yeah, go back to, I remember 1987. My parents were yelling at each other every day, right? And it wasn't just my parents, okay? Now, why were they yelling at each other every day? Because Moloch's machine wouldn't let them get divorced. Because Moloch's machine uh, in the Delta region, right, in Southeast Arkansas, culturally wouldn't let them get divorced yet. As soon as Moloch's machine said, "Okay, go ahead, it's okay, you can go ahead and get divorced," every single one of them got a divorce. Every single one of them got a divorce. The moment Moloch's machine said, "Yeah, go for it. It's okay. I now deign that it's okay for all of you people, all of you traditional family values, morally superior Christians. Go ahead and divorce. It's okay now." The moment it was okay, they all got a divorce. So why was my parents and all my friends' parents yelling at each other in 1987? Because they weren't yet allowed to divorce each other. Oh, but yeah, it was great. People were morally superior. It was fucking awesome in 1987, right? That nothing bad could possibly have ever existed in 1987 because 2025 is a dystopian corporate hellscape. So therefore, 1987, because I still remember, how great it was in certain ways for me. Yeah, it was awesome for me at the time. And for me, it was more, I don't know, 91, maybe, I don't know, 92, 93, 94. By 94, I was already realizing, wow, something's really wrong because here I am and can't figure life out. But I didn't have a way to intellectualize that. So all I was doing was spiritually attacking myself, internalizing all these notions of all the what? Fear, guilt, and shame around, wow, here I am at a university. And why is it that I can't manage to take my happy ass to class every day? Well, it's because I knew that was fake, meaning vacuous or without substance, right? The idea of, oh, let me go get a degree. Because deep down, symbolically, I knew it wasn't going to make a fucking bit of difference if I got a degree or not. Meanwhile, I already like to study and read and research, you know? Uh, right? Why was I in college? Because my parents more or less made me. And they said, "What do you mean you were an adult?" Well, no, I wasn't an adult when I went to college. I was 17. I was a minor child, technically. But yeah, I turned 18 my freshman year of college. That's true. I moved into the dorm, I was 17. And I was not college. The fact is, I was not college material. I was not what colleges were looking for, period. Now, I was great it's Arkansas, and, there's a greater concentration of people in a college town who like certain music, who like certain writing, right? Who like the discussion of certain ideas, Yeah, it's great from that standpoint. But I didn't have to actually attend. I could have just moved to the college town. I didn't have to. See what I mean? Like what are we even talking about at a certain point? Meanwhile, somehow I already had a miniature version of all of that in my hometown. My bullshit small city in backwards ass Arkansas, I still somehow, some way was listening to cool music. Right? I don't fucking know. What else does a kid care about? Friends, cool music, right? Girls at the time. America is never going back to that, folks. It's over. It's dead. Bury it. Please stop trying to dig it back up. It's not coming back. Exactly, Joe, and something I myself have said. The war on drugs has been a war on the American people. Of course, it has. And but remember the superior human beings of 1988. You know, in their infinite wisdom, right? Look at what they did. You know, look at what those folks did. Oh, but I guess they get a pass, right? Because of how nightmarish and hellish 2025 is. The bozos of 1988 get a pass. Well, how about Benton just says, well, wait a minute, we seem to have created a pattern here. I see a pattern that might repeat. So if we're viewing the people of 1988 a certain way, but we're only viewing them that way based on living in 2025, wait a minute, call me crazy. Could I possibly now think, well, okay, maybe what will the people of 2065 be thinking? See, will they be looking back at 2025 as the good old days? Hasn't a pattern now been created, like just go back 35 to 40 years and that was the good old days no matter what? You know? Or is it 1970 and they're like, well, wait a minute, 35 years ago was the well, no, it's actually coming out of the Great Depression, supposedly, which I'm sure wasn't horrible for everybody. Just like today, 2025 is clearly not terrible on a daily basis for everybody. Like I'm acutely aware of that. I understand that it's not me. It's not, oh, Benton's a doomer and it's doom and gloom. And, you know, uh, I'm not even having a bad time. I mean, also, if I'm able to get to halfway put proper nutrients in my body and halfway get enough exercise and enough sleep that my brain halfway functions, I'm good. I mean, honestly. And they say, oh, it sounds like a Coke. Yeah. Guess what? So's everything else. It better sound like a Coke. Let me ask you this. What's not a Coke in that context? Sure. Absolutely. It sounds like a Coke. You're goddamn right it does. Meanwhile, what doesn't sound like a Coke? You know what else sounds like a Coke? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Again, yeah, I'm fully capable of if McDonald's will hire me. Meanwhile, do you think all those migrants want to work with me? I mean, have you when was the last time you went to a McDonald's and just paid attention to who works there? It ain't us, folks. And again, there's not an us, but if you look like me and you know, sans southern accent, you kind of sound like me in certain ways based on maybe some of your interests and what you like to think about. They probably don't want you at the McDonald's. Have you ever thought about that? You know, just this very outdated notion of, well, you can always go to McDonald's. It's like, I don't know. I remember the 0809 crisis, and one of my personal friends, back when I used to actually have personal friends, one of my personal friends back then was, you know, second in command only to whoever the local whoever owned the local franchise of the McDonald's. He was the general manager, I guess is the best way to say it. The general manager who was around my age, a little younger maybe, and he had a head on his shoulders. He was a smart fella, and you know, so I was all into talking about the economy back then. It's when I was really in the depths of learning all about the financial system. It would have been probably 2010ish, and you know, and me and him got to talking about this whole notion of, you know, this idea of, oh well, you can always go flip burgers. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. He said, these people aren't quitting these jobs. He said, look at this. I said, look at this economic situation. The first thing that happens when economics gets this way is people that have a job at McDonald's, they don't leave their job, right? Because a big part of that is there's no slightly less bad job for them to move into. He said, I'm not hiring. He said, I do the hiring around here. He said, I'm not hiring. What are you talking about? So, and I see it in YouTube comments. Boomers and Gen X still think that McDonald's as a fallback is still a thing. No, it's not. That's number one. Number two, even if it was, it doesn't pay enough to not be homeless if that's in the cards for somebody. It's not in the cards for everybody, right? Number three, hypothetically, I could work at McDonald's and Arby's or whatever for 60 hours a week. And because I'm frugal and I could probably, find somebody to rent me a cheap enough room somewhere, you know, that I could actually, meanwhile, that's 5 12-hour days, right? So is it really worth 5 12-hour days just to have 2 days to myself? Maybe. And then one of those days, I probably have to try to get everything done that I couldn't get done just to care for myself, right? And we're not even talking about getting to work. Like, see what I'm saying? Like, at a certain point, why does it even make sense? Now, I understand that people will spiritually attack and try to say, well, it's your problem. You could do this, you could do that. You could work your way up the ladder. You could get a better job. It's all McJobs, folks. It's all McJobs. When you factor in what I was paid as a long haul truck driver based on the amount of hours I put in, it's actually the same or less than Burger Food. Where are these supposed jobs? I don't think that they exist. Now, are there corporations who would hire somebody to pay them $250,000? Absolutely, there are. I met one of them recently in San Francisco in the Haight-Ashbury, in the Haight, as we call it. What a strange name for it. Isn't it bizarre that the epicenter of the peace and love movement is a district, an area of San Francisco known as the Haight, but it's spelled Haight. Again, is this even real, man? Right? Yeah, the area of San Francisco that became the epicenter of the peace and love movement is literally to this day known as the Haight. Okay, if you say so, I don't know. I can't call it. But I got to speechifying and preaching in the Haight. And a fellow in his 20s, an Asian fellow, his parents migrated here from the Philippines. I believe he was born in the Philippines. Grew up in America, Chicagoland. He had some hours to kill before he went and picked up his mom from a doctor's appointment or whatever she was getting done. And he became curious, but he was intrigued with my discourse, and we ended up hanging out for several hours. It turns out he's been headhunted. He's being headhunted because he's got the talent and skills, right? The talent and skills that a corporation values, right, for what they need done. But it's not what boomers and Gen X think. See, boomers and Gen X have no conception of what this guy's skill set is. No idea. Right? Now, I just assumed, based on what he was telling me, that he, was college educated. It turned out that he attempted, various, stints in community college or college, and it just, wasn't for him on whatever level, which is fine. And also, I was more doing his family would have wanted him to get some sort of training math, but a lot of the Filipinos are, nurses, and, a lot of that sort of thing, hardworking, medical type people or whatever. Well, and it's something I've been reading about for a while, as far as the skill set that these corporations want. And really what it comes down to is adaptability, right? And his ability to roll with the punches always, stay positive, always have the proper attitude, always have that youthful vigor, and, a certain level of attractiveness, a certain level of charm, a certain level of people skills, uh, an ability to, part of that is an ability to sort of handle a person like me, right? A person who, he probably, if this guy is going to be managing a team and probably already has experience managing a team, some of that is one of his key players will probably be some fucking weirdo like me who's just really fucking good at like one specific thing that the corporation hasn't figured out how to automate, how to make that not a job. Because make no mistake, corporations are always they're always in the process of making any job obsolete. That's the one of the major goals of the corporation is whatever they need. If let's say that I'm some sort of highly skilled technical person, which actually, believe it or not, I was at some point in the past, and Benton's strange personality and his odd affect and all of these things, it's inconvenient, but really we have to put up with him, you know. Well, some of that is, um, at this point in time, these corporations still need talent who can manage people, right? And if I'm the tech person, or if I'm the person with the skill, this Filipino kid has no interest, and it's just not his wheelhouse to go master some sort of undertaking that's going to become obsolete anyway. His ability to manage people and to grow and change and adapt and to learn whatever new skills the corporation needs him to learn, to only then abandon that skill the moment that automation makes it no longer necessary. That's his skill set. While never ever doing anything to make the other person feel negative or feel shame or feel guilt, right? While also not allowing himself to become offended, right? Or to, even if I offend him, to never interpersonally let it be known, right? And in fact, a lot of it comes down to this cracker person civility that another content creator talks about, right? Whereas how was Benton socialized? I was not socialized that way. Meanwhile, this Filipino kid, and again, it's not that I'm calling him a whip, like he's wet behind the ears. It's more me calling myself old, right? Now, the greater point I want to make in all of this, the relevance of all of this to the boomers and Gen X, same motherfucking thing. I mean, effectively. And Chris, remember, the key feature of Gen X that I've identified is that Gen X is forever young. The fact that I'm 50 will never sink in to a Gen Xer because they're also 50, but they're never going to be old. In their own, the moment never comes in a Gen Xer's mind where they're old. That's not even possible. They're never old, ever. So, which means, yeah, if I wasn't a fucking oddball weirdo, and I'm not a weirdo, but if I didn't have the odd manner and the whatever the neurodivergence is, to other boomers and Gen X, I seem like I'm the type who could climb the corporate ladder into upper management. I have a certain look, I have a certain dominant, when I need to, a certain dominance, right? There's just a whole thing. Yeah, none of that matters if I lack all the rest of it. I mean, I hope you understand. Like, this is people fantasizing. Meanwhile, let's just say I was somehow capable of hiding the weirdness and the craziness. Meanwhile, I'm not even willing to. I mean, what if I was even willing and able, right? I still don't have the skills. And at the age of 50, how long is it going to take me? right? Because this Filipino kid spent from age 20 to age 25 busting his ass developing the skills that he knows will cause corporations to headhunt him 5 years later. That's what he's done, right? Nobody taught him how to do that. He didn't go to college and they said, here's what you need to do, right? He figured it out himself and he's doing it. That's why he's going to be making $250,000 a year or whatever. And he's talking to me like, well, yeah, they already made me an offer and, I'm negotiating, you know. And he's basically just saying that, more or less he's probably willing to accept whatever they're offering. It's just, it's a game and he's playing it, you know. So, of course, and he also knows that since he's made himself valuable to these corporations, if they don't hire him, if they finally are like, yeah, well, we're going to take a pass, somebody else is going to hire him. What's the fucking difference? And you know what he told me? They're hiring him to manage a team of people who are, guess what, my age or older, Gen X and boomers. And they're getting older. They're probably pretty fucking good at their jobs, right? They do have that certain work ethic and that certain, willingness to sacrifice themselves to the corporation, right? For $70,000 a year or whatever. At least this guy's like, hey, I might be willing to sacrifice myself to onto the corporate altar, but not for anything less than $250,000. And he's going to want stock options and bonuses, and he's going to only go into a career with an actual path to upper management. And what I'm saying is that my chance to do whatever my version of that would have been was when I was 20 years old. It's too motherfucking late, y'all. Failure to launch. Okay? It's over. Pack it up, boomers. Pack it up, Gen X. It's over. The system done run a train on us. We're ran through whether we want to accept it or not. We are motherfucking ran through collectively. And part of this is the corporation says, let's give this 25-year-old Filipino kid, let's give him $250,000 base salary. Let him deal with the team. I mean, that's really what this is. And the corporation is like, well, fuck. In a few years, nobody's going to have to deal with them because they're out on their ass in a few years. Because the industry and the realm is in the process of automating them out of existence, which is today's version of in 1960s manufacturing. 1960s manufacturing was in the process of making serviceable appliances obsolete, right? And making this idea of, well, they just don't make fucking things like they used to. It's like, yeah, why do you think a tea kettle from 1905 weighs 20 pounds? Because they didn't know how to make it 15 pounds. That's why. If they knew how to make it only weigh 15 pounds, it would have only weighed 15 pounds. And I'm obviously exaggerating for effect. I don't know what a tea kettle from 1905 weighed, but you understand what I'm saying. So this is a progression, right? This is a progression. So 2025's version of this is, we're automating these people out of a job, right? And the financial markets have been knowing this for 20 years probably. Why do you think it's nothing but jobs out here? Unless a 25-year-old Filipino who culturally, the only thing he cares about? The only thing that he cares about culturally is that he was culturally been indoctrinated that he is his parents' retirement plan. Their cultural bargain is his parents bust their ass to provide him with a life when he's a child so that he gets to grow into a man, and he's given every opportunity to figure it the fuck out, so that his motivation to figure it the fuck out is that so that he can be successful, air quotes, and his version of success is as long as he can retire his parents. And that's their culture. And I'm not saying it's good or bad or indifferent. But I don't have any of those motivations. My parents can go fuck themselves for all I care. And I mean, I don't truly mean that, but on some level, yeah, it's like, yeah, you know, uh, I don't know that this Filipino kid would be the way he is if he wasn't culturally raised that way, right? Oh, or is he just morally better? I guess he's just morally better, right? Was any of this his idea? I'm not sure of that. I don't know. In a vacuum, would this be his behavior? Would he have just come up with this? Oh well, my parents were so wonderful. You know what? I might be willing to have that attitude, except those dumb motherfuckers raised me in the Kingdom Hall. For fuck's sake! It's almost like they were trying to turn me against them. In retrospect, like what is this? It's like, yo, I tried to like you people. Age is just a digit. You know who never says that? Actual young people. Because Sam, the fact is, nothing is more highly prized and coveted in American society than actual youth as a possession. And it can't be the most valuable possession if it's just a digit. So sorry, you can't have it both ways, Sam. Uh, you're old. I hate to break it to you, and don't kill the messenger. It is what it is, and that's one of the biggest copes of all time. This well, whatever is the new 30. Well, why do they call it the new 30? Because at a certain point, 30 was considered old. Believe it or not. What was the whole hippie movement? Don't trust anybody under 30. Seems like they were onto something now, don't it? Because it seems to me like within this system, by the time pretty much everybody gets to 30, they're already just about ran through by the system. Seems to me. But yeah, once the person can no longer plausibly pass for being in their 20s, they're old. There is nothing in between. A person is an adult young person from age 18 up until they can no longer creditably pass for being in their 20s. That's it. Sorry. The moment they stopped carding me, I became an old person. That's just how it worked. Now, for me, it was about 35, or whatever that age was. I got carded every single time, probably right up until I turned 30, actually, now that I think about it. 10 years older than. It's like, well, wait a minute. How? It's like, wait a minute. What do you think my age is here? So I'm or whatever I was at the time. It's like, yeah, I'm significantly older than you, sir or madam. So I don't know. What is this? We're not even the same generation, potentially. But what it is that marketing and advertising, as we know, gets a lot of mileage out of playing to people's desires to be seen as youthful, right? And part of my thing is, whatever my childlike innocence may be, there's something about me. I don't know what it is, but there's a certain naivete and innocence that gets conveyed, in my interactions with other people for whatever reason, where I do come across as youthful, no matter what, seemingly. Bear with me. I got had to temporarily slow down. Got stuck behind a slow truck briefly. Now we're back to that. I can go 50 or I can go 100. Nothing in between. Bear with me. For some reason, we're passing a long line of slow traffic right now. It's not really that many cars on the road. And this is what I mean by the lack of intelligence. You know, a lot of the people, cars behind me probably think, well, why is this guy holding us up in the fast lane? Yeah, I'd be happy to get over for y'all, except y'all don't let me back over when I need to get back over. That's how I got into this mess in the first place, is because I saw all the traffic coming up behind me. I was considered, said, yeah, I'll just wait for them to pass. None of them noticed that here I am about to get stuck behind this slow truck. All they had to do was make just enough of a gap for me to get over. All they had to do was slow down ever so slightly. That is this realm, right? It's I'm a considerate person for no reason other than that's how I choose to be, right? And that has nothing to do with other people's behavior, right? So it's forcing me into temporarily being an asshole just out of self-preservation, right? Which I would prefer to do my passing and then get right back in the slow lane, knowing, well, if I need to pass again, somebody will let me over. It's like, no, they won't, actually. In fact, they probably will. If they notice at all, they'll probably just laugh at you, sir. Well, you know, nobody wants to hear about how they're old fogies. So I get it. But again, it's a so-called truth community, right? It's a so-called truth community. But it's also a you can't handle the truth community. You know? And that, you know, Gen X is forever young. In their own mind, they'll never be old. And it's not a good thing. It's really not, because, and you know, I see how much of that's been directed at me, especially, you know, when we look at, you know, just as a person, you know, by myself, who, if I could find the right type of menial, low level job, and if I could find where I didn't feel like I was, you know, in a what wouldn't Jesus do scenario, right? And you know, some very, I actually prefer a modest place to live. You know, I don't need much. It's interesting to be in this realm in 2025, to need almost nothing and to find it nearly impossible to access that nearly nothing and also just exist as a normal, you know, what's viewed as a normal member of society, right? Like, why is that impossible? Because I remember in the old days, there were just oddball weirdos. I'm not even using the term weirdo properly. There were oddballs and just strange characters, and I believe society was way more tolerant and accepting of those people. And part of how it was tolerant and accepting was it recognized, hey, these oddballs are off-putting, and most of the herd does not want to be around them. And surprise, surprise, most of these oddballs actually prefer to spend most of their time by themselves anyway. And we don't understand why, but they seem to be happy just living in a fucking shed out back, right? And, you know, just give them something to do, more or less like what Billy Bob, you know, Sling Blade, what Carl is from Sling Blade, his life once he got out of the mental institution. I mean, some version of that. Just, hey, yeah, put the oddball. He knows how to fix these small engines. All right, well, we'll just let him sleep out back and fucking, hey, man, go get you some hard candy so you don't get bored. Right? I mean, like, it's more or less just like, hey, buddy, we don't really understand you, but something's going on in that head of yours. So, clearly you're able to fix these engines and spend time by yourself and wander around town and make friends. So here, have at it. See, that shit's over with, man. Moloch's machine, and this may not entirely be over with, but it seems to be way less accessible than in the past. And I think that was good for both parties, right? That was good for both, the Sling Blades of the world and the local town that was going to tolerate it. And probably wanted to tolerate it on some level because, the horrific crime or whatever, but the something obviously had happened. I don't want to get into the entire plot of the movie, but because I'm not asking for much here, folks. And what I've realized is I've talked about this on these live streams long enough, and I kind of just halfway figured maybe just by now somebody would have said, yeah, I know a place where you could just go fucking, we can run you in a fucking electrical cord, and there'll be enough of a window unit in the summer where you can actually sleep at night. I don't need much. And what I've realized is that because other people can't relate to the fact that I would actually be just completely contented living my life that way, they don't believe me when I say that. At a certain point, was more or less like, yeah, prepare the fucking backyard shack, prepare the fucking storage shed in the backyard. Like, Benton's coming, right? Like serious, not serious style. But what I've realized now is today's people, they can't relate because they themselves could never live that way. Or if somehow they got forced into living that way, what they imagine their lives, does it matter that other people wouldn't be happy living that way? There's a reason why the person who owned the fucking small engine repair had a space available for somebody like Carl. It's because he doesn't live that way, right? If the fucking guy who owned and operated the small engine repair place, if he wanted to, he would just live in the back of the shop. I mean, what the fuck? But because of how hellish the corporate hellscape is, humans have just lost the ability to understand that, yeah, we are different. There are people who are just different, and I'm one of them. It's probably a big part of why people want to listen to me in the first place. A different perspective, a different way of thinking. Yeah, that's the type of person who, left to his own devices, will some days go to sleep so early that he wakes up and has had a full night's sleep and it's still the same fucking day, right? I think historically society has found a lot of use for the type of people who will just naturally be wide awake by 3 a.m. And want to be up and at them, and who like to be by themselves enough that, part of why people don't wake up and aren't ready to face the day at 3 a.m. Hell, a big part of that is probably there's nothing going on at 3 a.m. The other people are also not awake at 3 a.m. So, I think part of why society, when I'm confused and scratching my head, when I'm like, why do I have to wait for, some of these, like a Target doesn't even open until like 8 a.m. It's like this, to me, this is like, seems like a shockingly late time to open. But it's because most people can't do anything without involving other people. They need other people to be going to the same places and doing the same things at the same time, even if they're all doing it in an isolated fashion and nobody's really talking or interacting with each other. They still need to be going and doing those things at the same time. There's a hardcore minority of people like myself that not only do I not need that, I actually, even though I'm capable of it, I would rather not in a lot of cases, right? I might prefer to just sidestep that entirely. So I'm useful to society solely based on that I'm trustworthy, that I'm not a criminal, you know, and I already prefer to do a bunch of shit that other people don't want anything to do with. And yet there's no place for me in this world. And I just mean at the level of, hey, I just want to do my own thing so I can just go back to my deep thinking and my spiritual insights and my leveling up mind, body, and spirit. That's really all I care about, honestly. Realistically speaking, it's realistically all I care about. Now, it's not, I am being hyperbolic, but in a sense, that's all that motivates me is to continue to be able to do what I've done to get me to this point. But then remember, in the context of the realm, we're only ever able to measure in money. And I mean that by the royal we. So society says, well, you haven't accomplished anything, Ben. And I say, no, I'm the judge. I'm the judge of the accomplishments. I don't let society judge the accomplishments. If I was going to let society judge the accomplishments, there's no fucking way I would have lived the life I've lived. Are you crazy? It would have been a very different life. Because I understand the whole, business and being an oddball and all of this. I would have figured out some kind of way to be, quote, successful in the eyes of this system if it was important to me. Right. Probably would have been some version of my own business. Hell, again, I knew about Bitcoin when it was effectively had no value. It's like, I've had many opportunities to get fabulously wealthy in my life. I'm pretty sure it's just not in the cards for me. And you know what? Doesn't bother me in the slightest that I'm not fabulously wealthy. Even though I could have been. Who cares? I don't care. Who cares? Probably because what I am understands that money is dead. It's real. It's as real as anything else in a delusion that lacks substance. It's like, yeah, the money's fake. Well, no, the money it's dead just like everything else here. That's not one with the most super intelligent force of love and creation possible, the highest levels of vibrational frequency, a quickening spirit. Yeah, that's its nature, death and destruction and delusion. It's what money is, just like everything else here, except for that one specific force or energy that I mentioned. Right? Which again, solipsistically, as far as I know, that's me and it's only me. I don't fucking know. Well, too bad, antithesis. You lose this round. If I'm the only representation of the most super intelligent force of love and creation possible, the highest levels of vibrational frequency, quickening spirit. If I'm the only representative of that, you lose, antithesis. Sorry. Better luck next time. you know, again, 1987. Well, I'm on an interstate highway in 2025, and society's gone backwards. What I'm seeing happening on these roads right now, based on the level of traffic, this would have been impossible in 1987. Fucking possible. So you can't take 20, 25 people and recreate 1987. That's not possible. You only get 1987, you know, from the people who it was it built up to that. There's no return to that, and that's just a straight up flaw in logic, right? It's a straight up failure of logic to think that that was just society was that way because people were just better and more capable and made better choices. And now all society has to do is go back to those same choices, and then it's 1987 again. It's not possible. That's not possible. And one of the most entertaining things I've seen, right? And this, America has this idea of the big, swaggering, tough guy, individualist. And I'm watching a person in $100,000 pickup truck, probably identifies as a big, strong, tough man, and I'm watching how he's driving. He's driving like a fucking pussy. He's driving like a complete pussy because that's what he is. He's a fucking pussy, and that's why he needs the $100,000 pickup truck. That's why Benton can drive a 2012 Nissan Versa hatchback because I ain't no fucking pussy, and I don't give a shit what people think about me with respect to an automobile. Who cares? Really? What if I like small cars? Oh well, just can't have a small. That's how much of a coward I am. I can't drive a small car because people will think I'm a pussy. Okay, whatever, but I'm not a pussy. So what's the difference? So I think back to the shack in the the austere living conditions. The fact is, it's just not worth it to me to put in the amount of time that would be required to pay for all of that myself. And what I mean by that is just the most fucking meager, humble, Spartan living conditions that you could possibly imagine. Right. You know, it's just not worth it. I'd rather fly by the seat of my pants and have, more use of my own time. And I also get a kick out of how much the middle part of the country laughs and makes fun of the West Coast. That's gallows humor, folks. I hope you understand that. Uh, if you look at the way the middle part of the country's transformed, all of that comes from the fucking West Coast. Actually, both coasts, but a lot of that comes from the West Coast. And whatever you're making fun of that the West Coast is rolling out, it's coming your way. You, wherever you live is going to be, at some point in the future, it's going to be akin to, what the West Coast is sort of pioneering right now. It's going to trickle down. It's going to take a while. So to me, it's like the gallows humor part of it, because deep down, people know, they know. And see, these people, they don't have control of themselves. I'm watching them drive. These people don't have control of themselves. They really don't. This notion of, the capability of humanity, they don't have it. They don't have control of themselves. They have control of themselves at the level of being able to fit in, to go along, to get along, right? Save face. But in a vacuum, with nothing to rely on, with no herd, right? With no group of people to observe, these people don't even have control of themselves, left to their own devices. And this is also the be safe crowd. Be safe. Yeah, okay. Thanks for telling me that at the truck stop, but I'm looking at you and I know you're the exact same person that at some point I'm going to be in the fast lane and on the I-5, and I'm going to be, normally I would be getting over right now, except somebody's in the breakdown lane up ahead. They got the doors of their car open. There's a bunch of human beings on the shoulder, and I'm not going to get over there for safety. I'm going to be safe, and simultaneously, I'm going to watch the people who tell me to be safe. I'm going to watch them in my mirror, and I'm going to socially engineer them into not passing me on the right at 100 miles an hour and then driving within a foot and a half of these human beings on the shoulder at 100 miles an hour. That's what I'm going to do. But be safe. Okay, sure. And that's what I mean by they don't have control of themselves. Their only perception is, oh, we're being held back by a slow car in the fast lane. There's no conception of, well, wait a minute, is it possible that this person has a reason for this? Right. And then do they even have the intellectual capacity to say, oh, okay, that's why they weren't getting over for us. It was that person broke down on the shoulder or whatever they're doing. He was doing the safe thing and staying out of the lane nearest to them. Right. And then I'm certain they'll never be able to figure out the part where I intentionally did everything in my power to keep them from just blasting by me in the right lane at 100 miles an hour. And I succeeded. They don't have control of themselves. Yeah. That's never going to change. Now, people had more control of themselves in 1987, I would say, compared to now, right? And there was a lot less of the be safe nonsense, because I don't think anybody really cares about safety. Again, just like I talked about, you have a hardcore group of people that would want to come to a delusory adversarial realm of business. They want to do that. They would be attracted to it. See, there are people who are attracted to things like safety. Sure. Beyond that, I don't think anybody gives a flying fuck about safety whatsoever. I really don't. But part of being in a society, part of maintaining a reputation, going along to get along, is that, well, everybody else is now obsessed with safety, so I guess I am too, right? Well, yeah, it's easy to be obsessed with safety if one doesn't have to actually do it, change their ways and actually practice it. Sure, but it's easy to just safety first. Yeah, okay, 100 miles an hour, passing on the right at 100 miles an hour while there's people, human beings standing on the shoulder. Be safe. Because we can't get enough control of ourselves to, and see that, and again, those are the same people that they can't ever just sit around a shack somewhere happily alone with their thoughts. Well, I can, right? Or even if I can't, I can listen to YouTube. Whatever that looks like. So, tell me again how it is that I'm going to be able to, especially with now that I'm applying the what wouldn't Jesus do, which I'm glad. It's great. Who knows? Maybe that's what I'll do in the near term. Maybe I'll just go harass them. And I don't mean harass literally. I mean, jokingly. Maybe I'll harass a bunch of Christians with my preaching and my what wouldn't Jesus do. That's months of entertainment right there. Just the what wouldn't Jesus do. Am I here? All right. It's almost time for more coffee. We're out here in the middle of nowhere. You seem to be fuel stops about every 20 miles or so. Bear with me. I'm going to plug in my phone to charge real quick. Thank you for your patience. I guess at some point I need to show you guys the there's an almost perfectly round gigantic hole in my in the mirror, side mirror of this car where a gigantic hailstone went right through it. But the mirror still functions properly. Everything works. There's a huge, I'd say a golf ball sized piece of hail because the hole is larger than the golf ball would be. So yeah, probably an actual golf ball sized piece of hail just perfectly went right through it. How I ended up not having any of the glass broken on this car is amazing. It cracked both of my lenses on the brake lights, but not in a way that makes the car illegal or undrivable. Hold on, hold on. Let's figure this out, Benton. Let's figure this out. I had a charger, and now I don't know what the fuck I did with it. It's right here, and I moved it for some reason, and now I don't know where it is. Why did you do that, sir? To what end? Yeah, you're not running up my ass just because that pickup truck's next to you going faster. That's another thing I don't understand about driving. Why do people do that? Why did they want to run right up my ass when I'm in the slow lane just because they think they might be about to pass another car? It's like that doesn't make it okay to run up my ass. I don't get it. It's very strange. Or feel free to go 120 and pass before you get to me. That's always an option. It's bizarre. Again, they don't have control of themselves. Anyway, I'm trying to describe the traffic too much. Huh. How did I lose my fucking car charger? Because the inverter hasn't been working too well of late. How the fuck? I haven't even gone anywhere. I'm in the same exact place the whole time. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Never mind. We found it. Almost there. Oh, for fuck's sakes. The wrong cable. All right, we're good. Are we charging? Can't even tell. Fucking A. We are not charging. Why are we not? Good deal. Shout out to the chat and the replay crew, if there is one. I noticed one of my favorite channels hasn't been putting out quite so many videos. Millennial Steam. If anybody ever goes to that channel on YouTube, he seems to only do it for the money, which I also find that hilarious. In this delusory adversarial realm of business transactions, when every once in a while one person accuses another person of, well, they're just in it for the money. Like, well, I mean, what else would they be in it for? Yeah, I'm, I mean, in some ways, if there's actually 14 people listening to me right now, could be more, but 17, whatever it is, whatever that number is, that is a bit of a miracle. Just that, based on how saturated live streaming has got, you know. And I've got thoughts anyway, right? And I do a lot of things that don't necessarily involve money, but yeah, why? I mean, I hope he's making a lot of money. Sometimes on some of these so-called black pill channels, there's one that gets a lot of views. I think it's called like Tragic Reality or something. He gets a lot of views. Somebody posted in the comments something about how he's probably making a lot of money from this channel, and I'm like, well, I sure hope he is. Like, imagine being in a delusory adversarial realm of business transactions and actually hating on people getting money. It's like, what? I hope he's making a ton of money. Because Google, Alphabet, Google, YouTube is a fucking, that's, that conglomerate. It's raking in the dough hand over fist. Yeah, I hope he's making money. Same thing with Millennials team. But they'll see, just like any corporation worth its salt, they'll figure out how to pay him just enough money to keep him doing it. Right. And then part of figuring out what is the least amount they can pay him to have him keep making videos, right? Because when he got demonetized the last time, he was like, "Yeah, basically, if they don't give me this monetization back, I'm out of here." He's like, I only do this for the money, more or less." What's wrong with that? You know. So at the same time, yeah, go out here and bust your hump to make rich people richer and rich corporations richer, but somehow that hard work is a virtue. But then simultaneously, we can't, we got to shame people for actually wanting some money for themselves. This is insanity. It really is insane. When when I objectively look at a lot of this stuff that's going on with how people think and operate, and like Mr. Miyagi says, well, how could you possibly know what they're thinking? Well, I don't know, Mr. Miyagi. What is deductive reasoning? I don't know. What's an educated guess? you know, how do we have any idea who the best poker players are? Because how could they possibly have known what their opponent's cards were, Mr. Miyagi? I don't know. Yeah, deductive reasoning. Reminds me of my homeless friend, Alan Houston from Lubbock, Texas, who Must have been somewhere on the spectrum because he couldn't never deal with the fact that I don't like cheese except on pizza. And we went round and round about that. And finally I said, man, it's a paradox. He's like, what? I said, there's an entire word for this, sir. It's a paradox. And I read him the definition of the word paradox. He still wasn't having it. It's paradoxical, sir. It's like, yeah, there's a reason. The fact that there's a term called deductive reasoning, Mr. Biaggi, that let me direct your attention to. There has to be a reason this term exists. That's how I can possibly know what somebody's thinking. Right? Educated guess. And I think some of that with that tragic reality channel or whatever, it does seem to be more Gen Z. A lot of those black pill channels are actually more Gen Z, and it seems like. And I'm sure some of them are just content creators who just they've figured out this is a way to make money, and they're making money. And maybe they don't actually view the world the way that they claim to view the world. I don't know. What's the difference? And then on a recent video from that channel, there was an acknowledgement of the content creator kept talking about, and he's like 23, which, yeah, I mean, he's talking about, yeah, he recognizes for him to have figured out what he's figured out about the nature of this realm by age 23. And he even said himself something like, it's got to be better than figuring it out like when I'm 50 or whatever. And as someone who's 50, it's like, yeah, absolutely, sir. Tremendous advantage. So, if I had any sort of level of understanding at his age when I was 23, I would have just said, well, obviously the only thing to do is to make enough money to where I can retire and then just, you know, uh, do whatever I choose to do with the rest of my life, even if that's just live in a fucking shack somewhere, you know, because I was fully bought into society. Obviously, look at how I behave. Look at how I've conducted my life. I've lived my life as if I was always just going to be able to go work a job and have a place to live and pay my way in the world. So I bought into that. And when people say, "Oh, everything's fake and this and that," yeah, that was fake also. The idea that it was possible for a time to just have a job and make money and have a place to live and just pay once, as a person who is happy and contented, and I don't even use the word happy very often. I almost never say that word. As someone who's content to just do basic type shit uh, and be alone with his thoughts, that's good enough for me. Excuse me, sorry about that. Wasn't able to hit the mute quick enough on the coffee there. See, I believed what I was told. I more or less believed that because I was an American, it was basically my birthright was as long as I'm not a lazy piece of garbage and I'm willing to go out here and do any job whatsoever, right? That at least I'll know I'll have even if it's just renting a room in somebody's house or whatever, you know, or maybe having a roommate, you know, that's over, folks. That shit's over with. It's over. That's just not a thing anymore. It's never going to be a thing again. There's always going to be rich people, and I mean actual rich people. And then you're going to have these people like this 25-year-old Filipino kid that I met, who's no matter what happens, you're going to have individuals who are properly motivated to go out here and serve the corporate hellscape, and will be able to provide enough of what the corporate hellscape needs that they will, have their career or whatever. And everybody else is fucked from the perspective of, see, but they're not fucked. But everybody else is fucked from the perspective of, well, what now? What do I do with my day? Right? Where do I lay my head? Again, all of these things that the Bible says not to worry about. And surprise, surprise, here I am in 2025, waking up every morning and being some version of spiritually attacked on that basis. Right? Now, some of this is just my own, again, what I talked about recently, my own preferences, to, again, consume certain types of food, to get a certain amount of quality sleep at a certain time, right? Um, it's like, yeah, $90 a night for a hotel. That's crazy. Well, I mean, it is, but I mean, I had the money, still do, but, that's not going to last forever, obviously. But, when I factored in what I'm getting for my $90, it's like, yeah, okay, this ain't forever, and I can afford it in the short term, so why not? And see, as I pass by a bunch of people, migrant farm workers, I'm out here in California. It's nothing but farmland where I'm at, and there's, you know, some version of the boss man and his cowboy boots and his fucking cowboy hat, his denim, and head to toe in denim, and he's out there with his workers, whatever they're going to do, you know. That's a self-selecting group of people. Bring manufacturing back to America all you want. You think it's going to be white people in them things be white and black Americans in them factories? Yeah, to some extent, but guess what? There's already factories. There's not as many as there used to be. There's still factories. There's still manufacturing jobs, right? There's still white and black people working some of those jobs. But yeah, make America great again. Bring back a bunch of manufacturing. It's all for migrants, folks. The American dream is not for the people who are from here. The American dream is for the people who want to come here and bust their ass, right? And uh, you know, scratch their lottery ticket, see what life they can make for themselves, right? None of that appeals to me whatsoever because I'm from here. And again, you have some people who just that's just how they are. It's all they're always going to see an appeal to, you know, you know, being a workaholic or whatever that is. Oh shit. Oh, there's actual stores and shit here. You just couldn't see them from the interstate. That's fucked up. What the hell, man? That's bullshit. I've been needing to take an exit and get some coffee and take a leak, and there's all the fucking stores. You couldn't see any of them. I couldn't see any of them until I was on the overpass. It's like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Bear with me. There's some strange traffic is happening. Trying to get over all of this. I'm driving quite strangely. Hang on, let me find where the next store is. I guess I got to tell the fucking GPS to take me to the next store, or I might miss it again. Just assumed I'd be able to see the Oasis from the fucking interstate. That's crazy. All right, 7.8 miles. Apologies for the silences. Fortunately, there are things I need to pay attention to at times. It gets me out of my reverie, whatever that is, or into a reverie, I guess. Deep thought, man. I'm a deep thinker. Ha ha ha. Well, back to this 23-year-old black pill channel, and probably he can with trial and error, perhaps he will be able to figure out how to retire early. Because he's more or less just saying, like, I'm not going to be working one of these stupid ass jobs when I'm 50. Meanwhile, yeah, well, you're not, because there's not, most of these stupid ass jobs aren't even going to be here when you're 50, right? Which is probably a good thing. And I think it does. I tried to make this point a while back, and I moved off of it too fast. But that is a big part of why society transformed into mixed jobs. All these low-level jobs. When we talk about NAFTA, the manufacturing leaving the country, and this idea of a service-based economy, that was clearly setting the stage for the automation of today. And it was already automation back then. The further on, it's been automation the whole way through, but the further automation, right? The more high-tech computerized side of automation. Now you got Amazon saying they're testing humanoid robots, that are going to walk the package up to your door. I've been talking about that for a while. Some version of that is going to happen. There's already, for years now, self-driving delivery vans have been driving around Bentonville, Arkansas with no use. I mean, this shit is all it is all happening. It's just whatever backwater most of y'all live in. Again, I'm not trying to insult the audience. Where I'm from is certainly backwater, but it's just a lot of folks in the so-called truth community, for whatever reason, happen to hail from or live in parts of the country that, yeah, it's all coming to you where you live. It's just going to come there last. It's still on its way. You're just going to get it last, but it's coming nonetheless. It's the same type of places that, it's the exact same places that had a store where you could go rent movies the longest. And every once in a while, I'll still happen upon, it's like, wow, there's an actual, this town, there's still a place a person could go rent fucking movies, right? It's the exact same. It's the type of places that were the last to lose the the local mom and pop that rented movies. Well, without exception, you know, or except for in very rare exceptions, all of those areas eventually the culture changes and there's no more mom and pop movie rental, and there's just no more movie rental place. Period. And that's all of those patterns and all of that progressivism. That's all going to continue to happen. Right. There's no saving wherever you live. There's no keeping it from transforming into whatever even more hellish version of what it already is, because it's already hell, folks. The fact that there's the fact that there's cities that you can point to and say, wow, that it would really be hell to live there. That doesn't make where you live any less hellish. That doesn't make where you live have less drugged out zombies, because every town in this country has got drugged out zombies wandering around. I know because I've been to all of them. Now that's me being hyperbolic, but effectively, I've been to enough of the country. There's drugged out zombies wandering the streets of every place in this country. Now, some areas the police are so strict and the laws are so strict that they have to really hide from public view as much as possible, but they're still there, right? Hell, some of them got jobs. A lot of them got jobs, actually. See, now I'm annoyed because here's the store, but I don't like having to go to the other side of the interstate. That's more of a truck driving thing. It's just way easier and simpler in a big rig to not have to try to make a left turn on the side street and all of that. This doesn't really matter in a car. I'm already expecting the coffee's not going to be worth the fuck, but you never know. Could be pleasantly surprised. And Americans prefer corporate. I think that's also important to realize. Americans prefer corporate hellscape. I'd rather be going into a place that's corporate enough where I already have a reasonable idea of what level of coffee I'm about to subject myself to. That'd be my preference. See, people prefer a corporate hellscape. That's the fucked up part. 1987 created a corporate hellscape for itself, lest we forget. How do you even get in this motherfucker? This is crazy. Whoever designed this is out of their fucking mind. Yeah, see, as soon as I saw the place, as soon as I saw this thing on the GPS, I knew it was going to be bullshit, and I was right. I could just tell this is fucking bullshit. And this is the type of thing that MAGA thinks is just wonderful. This is crap. This is shite. This is shite. This truck stop, some version of a mom and pop. It's shite. All right, brief break. Returning shortly. Thank you. All right, I think we're back. Well, I must not be keeping their interest today. Yesterday they stuck with me through the break. But that's all right. It's all good. We keep lapsing into non-tent. And just, I don't, you know, again, back to 1987, I just don't understand, just people's behavior. I'm leaving this truck stop. They got the double glass doors, two sets of these double glass doors. And I guess a woman and her daughters, I guess, I don't know. Just her and her two daughters just completely physically stopped in the entryway, to exit the truck stop. And I don't know what they were doing, just standing there talking. And then, like, so I'm behind them, like, well, okay, what's going to happen? And then I look on the other side, there's other people like waiting for them to figure it out so the other people can come in the door. And then, I'm just a lone dude going out the, right side, because typically it's like we drive on the right, so I'm going to walk on the right usually. But then I got the strapping adult man in his 30s probably, him and his lady, he's wanting to hold the door open for me. It's like, what is this? This is bizarre. It's like in 1987, just imagine a group of people trying to just physically stop in a doorway of a business that's actually having, there's business going on here, you know, and it just would have been unthinkable. I don't know that people would have even been capable of it, you know. And at a certain point in the past, I would have been like, hey, like what, like this might be the worst possible place to physically stop, But at this point, I just watch it and go, I don't know what this, like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. And I'm never going to know what that is, hopefully. But do y'all know what that is? And to them, you could tell based on their body language, it's completely normal for them. Whatever that is, that's just totally fucking normal. Like, I don't know. And I'm not irritated by it. I'm a little irritated. I'm actually more irritated talking about it than I was observing it. I think the irritation is this is what people, when it is suggested that I pull myself up by my bootstraps, you want me to pull myself up by my bootstraps into that society? I think that's the ultimate problem. Into a society where I'm the strange person for being confused as to why a group of women are physically in the entry slash exit and they're just standing there having a conversation. But they just walked up to it, presumably on their way out of the truck stop, and now all three of them have stopped their forward progress, and they're just standing there talking. Like I don't know what that is for real. What is that? I don't know. And I notice every single time I talk about something like this, now not necessarily on this channel, but somebody somewhere will defend it. They'll come up with all the reasons why that made total sense what those people were doing. There was no reason for it, right? And so, how much of my life, just to get through a day and to cope with day to day life, how much of my life has been, all of these spiritual practices over years and years and years just to get to be able to be around these people. Because I'm here to tell you, in 1987, that type of shit just wasn't allowed. Somebody would have been like, hey, get the fuck out of the way. Now, they might not have dropped the F bomb, but it'd been some version of, hey, get out of the way. Now we all just politely stand there, right? Like, what is this? I don't know what this is. But then the vestiges of the past, the guys wanting to hold the door open for me. It's like, what is this? Can we get rid of this? Can we get rid of all these weird, antiquated rituals around door opening? Can we stop that, please? That hasn't made sense in a long fucking time. Oftentimes, I can't even go in a business because, I happen to be hitting the front door right about the time one of these weirdo rituals is starting to happen. It's like I have to just kind of stand off to the side and wait for it to work itself out. This is bizarre. And again, the gaslighting will always be, well, there has to be something wrong with Benton. It's like, no, it's absolutely nothing wrong with me. In fact, if we're going to bring back 1987, I'm going to be just fine because I did quite well in 1987, in 1993, in 1996. I wasn't having no problems fitting into society as far as just my, you know, conducting my affairs. Now there was a lot of I was a very angry person back then, so I was different certainly, but I just mean that was a different version of Benson. But society, it seemed to at least make sense at the time. Now maybe that was again my own version of brainwashing. Maybe the problem is the system doesn't bother to update the brainwashing, right? For the new shit. I don't really know. It's fucking bizarre though. Just watch that. I'm telling you, man, I could just walk around with a body cam on and just people would be like, wow, this is amazing how much bizarre shit happens like everywhere this guy goes. All right, coffee. That was actually a Pilot truck stop. It just didn't have the name Pilot. So actually got coffee that I like. And I don't know what the hell happened with my Pilot card because this last trucking company I worked for, we do not fuel at Pilot Flying J, but finally one of these clerks at one of these truck stops and the motel I was staying at that I just left had a Pilot truck stop right next door to it. And I was walking over every morning, as I did this morning, for coffee. And finally, the one lady talked me into scanning my card. And I've had like 6 days in a row of free coffee. Like, what the fuck? I guess somehow I stacked a bunch of free coffees on my card and they never went away. I don't know what happened. Not complaining, obviously. Oh wait, let's see. Are we recharging or not? Nope. Nope. Oh yeah, we are. And laughing and pointing, right? Or pointing and laughing. What's that guy from Ha Ha? That kid. That's never going to get society anywhere. If you want me to sell me a bill of goods about a proper society and all of these things and fixing society and making the world a better place, which is not a thing at all. It's like, yeah, but how come when I bring up certain things, it's always a version of I'm going to be pointed at and laughed at. Ha ha. Like, I'm pretty sure that's never going to lead to a proper society. Because in a proper society, there will never come the moment when the three ladies walk up all the way to the exit and just stop right there and have a conversation. Like that just never happens in a proper society won't allow that, and it won't allow anybody to do it. Men, children, anybody, because the the entry and the exit is the purpose of it is so that people can walk in here, patronize the business, and then fucking leave. But as we know, that's not society's really not about that anymore. Well, 1987 was all about that. 1987 was the customer's always right. 1987, we want your money. During the pandemic, I had a moment in a Chili's restaurant one time. Now, granted, I was quite intoxicated, so I'm sure I was part of the problem. But at a certain point, I was just basically like, went to the management. I'm basically like, do y'all not want my money? And they're like, no, we don't want your money. And they weren't kicking me out. It was just more of a, I'm just like rhetorically more or less like, whatever had gone wrong, don't y'all want my business? And they're basically like, we don't give a flying fuck about your business. And it wasn't because of who you are. It was just, I don't think society is that way anymore. I don't think society wants my business. I really don't. I'm not sure. It got so weird during the pandemic. I'm not sure a lot of folks even really understand, that the old notion was, we need people to have a successful mom and pop, especially mom and pop, but to have a successful small business, we need people coming in here with their money. So again, in the world in which I was socialized, the fact that I'm walking through the front door with money, that's good enough, right? And so the business doesn't want people to be able to hang out in the entry and / exit because Benton might be trying to come in here with his money. And then we've gotten Benton's money. Now, can we let him get out the door so somebody else can have room to come in here? Right? But then, so why are these people just having a conversation at the doorway? That's the part that I can't reconcile. But the same society that will make excuses and try to come up with every reason under the sun why what those ladies were doing in fact did make sense, that will try to gaslight me and point and laugh at me, basically like, well, what's your problem? Everything's normal here. There's nothing to see here, sir. What's wrong with you? It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that this ain't normal. But then again, that's the thing is, neither was 1987. That's the trick, see? What was going on in 1987 also wasn't normal. Has whatever's been going on here ever been normal? Well, if antithesis has been calling the shots, I'd say probably not. Not from the perspective of the thesis. From the perspective of thesis, if antithesis is running the show, then how could it ever have been normal? Situation normal, all fucked up. But yeah, there will be times when dystopia needs to be built up to a certain level, right? Where society can promote itself as doing a great job because at least there's, a person who's not lazy, who has some ability. And also, this idea of capability and intelligence, that's no longer an asset on these jobs. It's not. To try to go into some menial, low-level job that I'm not above. Hell, I'm not above eating out of the motherfucking garbage cans or picking up recycling, or begging in the streets. But, to try to show up and actually work some of these jobs, capability and intelligence are not a positive. They are a drawback. That's the whole concept around a person being too qualified for a job. Like, what does that even mean? Too qualified. Oh, you're overqualified. It's like, no, they're not overqualified. Their qualifications mean they're not desperate enough for what the corporation's looking for. The corporation wants the most desperate worker possible. That's what the corporation wants. And what I am can never be desperate. Right. What I'm one with, the most super intelligent force of love and creation possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, a quickening spirit. Yeah. And see that you can't get that force can't be dissuaded. That force can't be discouraged. That force, yeah. Am I spiritually attacked virtually every morning as I was this morning? Yeah. Temporarily, did it get me down? Well, I mean, not really, but I was at least entertaining some of those notions briefly. But then again, back to proper identification. Properly identified, I'm not capable of feeling sorry for myself. Properly identified, I am the blessing, right? And it's funny, but even before even before true knowledge of self, I started taking I took to saying it's all blessings. Well, it is all blessings from the perspective of the most super intelligent force of love and creation possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, a quickening spirit. Because if I can be gotten to in the long run, if I can be dissuaded in the long run, if I can be discouraged in the long run, then I ain't never that force in the first place. That can't ever be my essence or nature. If I can be discouraged and turned away and defeated by a place like this. See? So again, back to the adversarial nature, this place is the way it is because that's the way it has to be to try to discourage me from being what I am. Think about that. This place is the way it is because that's how it has to be to dissuade me, right? To try to discourage me and beat me down to where I'm not willing to properly identify with my own true nature and thus to improperly identify with what the validity of the realm. So of course people will defend and come up with reasons why the three women chose to physically block the exit of the truck stop, right? Because they are closely identified, they are strongly identified with the validity of human life in the United States in 2025. I'm not. See, now do I fall into temporarily identifying with it? Yeah, I do. And if I was too strongly identified with it, I probably wouldn't have even noticed that the women were just standing there blocking the exit / entrance. Hold on, we're in traffic again. Around these trucks. Ten people. I guess I better be more interesting. Appreciate y'all hanging out. It does help. to have people listen to my complaints, my musings. It helped. Not a lot, but it helped. The big old cattle lot, big old feed lot, bunch of stinky cows or steers or whatever they turn into steaks. Steers, right? Hey, a comment. Make it a good day. That's right. That's right, Joe Moore. Make it a good day. Well, and that's the craziest part in a way, or one of the craziest parts is I actually have way more, I have way less bad days than I ever did when I was normie as fuck, trying to do what Moloch's machine wanted me to do. Yeah, I had some bad days homeless, and shout out to JG. I used to like to say I used to be homeless. Things like you are homeless. I was like, well, thank you, that's true. But I had way more bad days in the olden days. Just working a job than I ever had as a homeless person. Now, I will say this: homelessness seems to have changed, and this is something I was trying to talk about earlier with the camping spots, and I moved on to another topic too quick. And I have a bad habit of doing that, but I talked about during the pandemic and me and my dad and the whole thing with my health. And so I got to where I could see that we were going to run out of money at some point. So I started getting up real early in the morning and I'd go scouting around for camp spots. And it didn't have to be early, it just happened to be early in the morning. And after I started to get the feeling just looking at what I knew used to be camping spots for homeless people, I got to looking at it and I started to suspect that because the overgrowth came up so fast. Because if people don't realize what happened during the fake pandemic was pretty much all across the country, it became okay for homeless people to just pitch a tent pretty much wherever, you know. So in a lot of these middle of the country areas, historically, the homeless have had to hide and kind of go pitch their tent, sort of hide off in the bushes or in the woods somewhere. So during the pandemic, they were all able to, go to the fucking downtown or whatever, and, pitch their tent on the sidewalk. And it seemed to me like these camping spots grew up like way faster than they would have otherwise. So I'm almost thinking that, the system or the government or whoever had some kind of campaign to, whatever would be involved in, I don't know anything about plants and any of that, but sowing seeds and whatever type of weeds or, whatever type of growth could just grow up real fast. And knowing that they had a couple of years to do it. Because I found several spots that I know you could just tell by looking at them that, yeah, this used to be a spot and it's just not a spot anymore. It's just grown up so much. And then I started to see that everywhere I went. And I did so much traveling of the country and vagabonding, and I did so much going back to the same places over time that there's a lot of parts of the country where I know like a lot of places to go camp. And I don't mean like a campground. I don't mean in the wilderness. I mean in an urban or a suburban environment, like still near to stores and near to civilization, right? I don't mean like a campground or like just going out in the woods. Bushes or woods that are, near to things typically. And especially in the Charlotte, North Carolina area, I really noticed it a lot. So I found I had some really good camp spots in North Carolina. It seemed like every damn one of them has been dealt with by the authorities, as far as just making it where it's, somebody's going to have to go in there and just, you know, put a tent on top of all the brush long, the growth long enough to flatten it out and eventually just have it die off and become bare ground again, right? When there's a patch of woods on the other side of the Walmart Supercenter and like on the outskirts of Charlotte, North Carolina, and if I walk back there and there's like all of this flat ground with no grass and all this, like that's flat ground with no grass for a reason. That's because people have been living back there or camping back there to some extent. That's what causes it. Well, and I'll say this, Joe Moore, who said, make it a good day. Every day's a good day because what I am is one with the most super intelligent force of love and creation possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, a quickening spirit. And what that is doesn't know how to make a bad day. That's what makes every day a good day. It's nothing outside of me. Every day is a good day because of what I am inside. So even if what I am were capable of fear and worry, what is there even to fear or worry about in the first place? Doesn't really make any sense to fear death, given that, as far as I can tell, that's a certainty as far as this life is concerned. But meanwhile, what I am at my essence can never know death. Doesn't know anything about it. Doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. Was never born and will never die. Right? Doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. Those are all the ideas of the antithesis, the antithesis. And antithesis basing itself upon what I am, right? Taking the opposite of what I am, has no choice but to propagate those ideas of death and fear and all negative states, right? None of that has anything to do with me. None of those negative states of being has anything whatsoever to do with what I am. Seriously. Of being a part of being Benton in this realm is Benton was raised in a certain type of way, and a mind control cult got a shot at him called the Jehovah's Witnesses. All of this speak the truth with fearlessness. And, I have this strong desire to just go out and tell all of this to people, right? Which I may very well do. And I'm actually doing some version of right now. But it's not going to make me popular, right? In trying to fit in a local area. It's not going to make me, it's not going to be to my benefit in the context of what? Trying to have a place to lay my head at night, trying to have, if I was going to try to have associates and acquaintances and friends, some sort of peer group, right? If I was going to try to have, whatever little versions of, hey, it's that old man that they let sweep up around here for $10 or whatever, whatever that is. If I do choose an area and stay there, for the long term, and it's just me sort of getting in where I fit in, which I'd be happy to do. Again, it's I don't think people even realize that you know there's people like me who would be happy to just have a place somewhere to just go, and then if as long as it's nearby to a local area I can go to maybe use my charm and my wit and get in good with people who would also find value in having a trustworthy person around their business. You know, they're a local mom and pop, they're a little mom and pop, and I'm happy to do whatever needs to be done, but it has to work for me. That's the thing is, see, the corporate hellscape is all about the person has to design their entire life around serving the corporation. My thing is, I'm happy to do whatever I'm capable of that needs to be done, but it has to work for me also. If the requirement is I must design my entire life around being employable from the perspective of a corporate hellscape, well, no, I'm not interested. And then now here come the what about is well, what about being productive? What about contributing to society? What about paying taxes? What about how are you going to feed yourself? Yeah, what about it? Again, what wouldn't Jesus do? Probably wouldn't concern himself with all of those things in 2025. I'm just assuming. They say, well, you're not him. And it's like, well, yeah, you're right. I'm not. But day-to-day life in this system, it can feel like torture, right? It can feel like crucifixion, but only if I'm too strongly identified with the realm itself and how the realm views me, and by defining myself in relation to the realm. I refuse. I will not continue to define who and what I am based on this realm. I refuse. I will not. And I have a strong will to live. I'm not, I'm not a danger to myself and others, but, you know, at a certain point, I've lived my life, and I think that's what a lot of folks just don't realize. Like, I've lived my life. I've packed a lot of living into my 49 years, coming up on 50, right? And I'm pretty fucking satisfied on the whole. I'm very satisfied when you look at where I started and where I am now. And I don't mean that again. The mind immediately transfers that into, well, he grew up in a nice custom home on 5 acres. Now he's like sleeping in a car some of the time, or motel to motel, or living in a big rig. It's like, that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about, folks. That's back to defining myself in relation to this realm. I refuse. I will not do that. I've done it before. I will not. All I ever got out of it was pain and misery and negative states of existence. I never benefited. It never worked for me to define myself based on what this realm considers to be important. It's never been to my benefit. It never worked for me to do those things. And then here comes the guilt and shame around, well, don't you want to contribute to society? Fuck society. What? Huh? Contribute to society? My view of contributing to society would be to preach all this to as many people possible, and to start some kind of school and to teach all of this. The problem is, I don't think it would help people, and also it wouldn't help me, and also um, society certainly wouldn't view it as contributing to society. And I'm not going to go out here and fake guru my way through it. I certainly could at this point. These people line up to smell the farts of these gurus, man. Are you kidding me? Just look at a Jack Talcott and the joke, whatever that is. Not even a real guru. Or well, maybe he's just he's so ahead of his time as a guru. Maybe I just don't even see him as a real guru. Maybe he's the realest of the real, meaning the most delusional of the delusional. What levels of delusion are involved in becoming one of them Indian style fucking holy men or whatever. I mean, come on. I mean, they have to know that as much truth as they are dispensing, there's a certain level of bullshit has to be present to earn one's living from that, right? Because otherwise, if you look at a guru as like that's, because the presumption would be that the guru rose up through some system of like spiritual competition, and there was all these people who've been meditating every day since they were children, and you know and this idea of sort of rising up through the ranks, and probably spending time as a renunciate and like a beggar in the streets type shit. This guy stopping what he's doing. I don't think he knows what he's doing. Anyway, never mind. But the fact is, the realest of the real, why would they ever? I mean, why bother to leave the? Wait, well, what's the difference? What's the difference between them? Living hand to mouth in the streets, and I'm pretty sure in India there's enough of those ashrams and all of that if a person, especially if a person can fit in, as a meditator, as a cross-legged or a lotus position meditator, I'm pretty sure they can just go from ashram to ashram, getting a free meal, right? Pretty sure that's what an ashram is. They feed the people like 2 to 3 meals a day. Hell, if I knew I could just show up somewhere every day and there would be a proper nutritious meal prepared for me for motherfucking free, that would solve most of my problems. Because we don't have that in America. What we have is, yeah, absolutely, there's free meals. The vast majority of them, unfortunately, are not proper nutrition. And they say, oh, well, beggars can't be choosers. Well, number one, I'm not begging. Number two, I'm not going to put food in my body that's detrimental. So, like, what? Until the listener has gone to these places and seen what is being served. And yeah, there was a time in my life where I was eating dirty enough that yeah, I was regularly eating at a lot of those feeds, and that may be in the cards for me in the future. It's just like, but whatever the ashram in India is serving is some version of like real healthy organic food, I'm sure. Even if it's just I don't know what they serve, whatever they have over there, I don't fucking know. Curry, I guess. Isn't curry just spices? I don't even know what that is. Somewhere in my recent travels, it might have been when I was still truck driving, there was an Indian restaurant. And I'm looking at their menu, like I'm thinking about going over there and getting something, but it's like, I don't even know what this stuff is. Like, I don't know what to order. I'm looking at the menu, I'm like, I don't know what this is. I'm reading the description, I still don't know what it is. It's not a bunch of fried crap and a bunch of unhealthy oils, I'm pretty sure. Although it could be. The second coffee is starting to move to later in the day, I've noticed. Good, bad, or indifferent. What time is it? Almost 8 o'clock Pacific time. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to taking the pulse of the Pacific Northwest. I'm pretty sure, and I'm not counting the one time I went to Washington State driving a truck. Uh, so I haven't been there since the pandemic, and I think probably 2017, probably the last time I've been to. Could have been 2016, but I think probably 2017 was the last time. And that's another thing about the crime and the homelessness and the street conditions. And I'm pretty sure, based on what I'm seeing, that I'm pretty sure Portland and Seattle are way worse than what LA and San Francisco are. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's not that bad right now, based on what I'm seeing in LA and San Francisco. So I don't know. Maybe I'll get to Seattle and Portland, and I'll tell y'all, hey, it's actually not nearly as bad as what they're promoting on the news. Because I can tell you, man, San Francisco was way fucking worse around 2015, 2016 than it is right now. And I mean, way fucking worse. And I wasn't going to LA back then, so I don't know what LA was like. But I know Portland and Seattle were pretty fucking bad with just the off the chain fucking, letting the homeless run amok in the streets everywhere. So for all I know, it's worse now. I don't know. There's really no way to know, because if I just went by the media reports, I would have to assume, wow, it was bad when I was there in 2015, and if I hadn't been back, I would just have to be like, damn, it must be really be off the chain by now. It's like, actually, no, it's improved. It's not nearly as bad as it was. Now, I am thinking the property crime is probably way worse up in Portland and Seattle. I've definitely the Pacific Northwest is definitely if when I do end up getting rid of this car at some point and just having the backpack, they are a little more obsessed with stealing my items. When I'm just sleeping rough with my backpack and such. And of all the places in America that wanted to steal my fucking rucksack, only Spokane, Washington, was able to manage it. Home of Jack Talcott. Interesting. Shout out to Spokane. Don't believe we'll be going back there. Oh yeah, that's pretty good coffee. That's pretty good coffee right here. So it has been interesting in the last couple of months, really coming to terms with where I'm at in this life, right? This life of mine, which, I can have whatever opinion I want to have about the nature of the realm, and I can know whatever I know about it, but none of that changes the fact that it's all coming back to Alan Watts' Groundhog Day, which is Alan Watts, part of his philosophy, talking about, well, the person always, he had a much better way of phrasing this, but it's more or less an acknowledgement of, well, I could end the experience early if I chose to. So what Alan Watts says, he basically says, well, since I'm not choosing to end it early, now what? Mainly meaning, well, now by choosing to remain here, it sort of is Benson. It is Benson's problem to figure out what is he going to do going forward. Uh, so that's happening. In the short term, I expect some version of you know if I find it, whether it's a homeless shelter or just somewhere I know I can have a regular schedule long enough to go to the library every day, or whatever study space is available. Doesn't have to be a library, to go to that place. And I'd like to codify, right, these ideas, at least put them on paper, which not to turn them into a business, not to turn them into a book, although maybe I would, but that wouldn't be the purpose. The purpose is, a lot of it is me organizing it in my mind, and also with my strong background and having done so much reading in my life, in some way, for me, that's the proper, that is the proper way to sort of just air it all out, right? Is to put it into the written form. And I could see maybe some version of a, maybe an underground style audio book with an accompanying PDF, that could become some version of an underground classic, with my long history on the internet dating back to early 1994. Uh, that's certainly been a thing over time. Certain, ideas and, audio books or e-books. Back in the day, it was more of an ebook thing, but I think 2025 would be more, more well suited to an audio book. But it would be me reading, from the manuscript. That's what that would be. So that's something to do. I mean, at this point, ultimately, well, I should say ultimately, at this point, it seems like mainly I just need something to do. Like I spent, the last however many days staying in a hotel and then, or motel, and then driving to Echo Park, Los Angeles, and just walking around because I like the area. Like 3 days in a row, had my went to my Rodeo Express and had my high quality uh, you know bowl, I guess you'd call it. Amuse myself as much as I was able to. It's like, well, it's going to cost me about the same to stay in this motel over the weekend as it will to just drive my happy ass to Seattle. So might as well just drive my happy ass to Seattle. And I'm still curious, even if I take one look at the place and say, wow. So I do remember at a certain point, downtown Portland had so much going on during the pandemic. Uh, I said that you wouldn't catch me in downtown Portland without at least soft body armor, like concealable body armor. But which I think I might still have, although I might still have my soft body armor. That might be the only thing I have left of all of those, the fucking small arsenal that I managed to amass back when I went insane and thought it was going to be Mad Max, an actual Mad Max where I could just, you know, be mobbing around everywhere in full kit, you know, like I'm in a war. It's like, oh, you're in a war, buddy, but it's a spiritual war. It's not a physical shooting war. At least not the one I'm in. After all, physical wounds heal. Psychological operations, that's where it's at, my boy. Physical wounds heal. I'm sure y'all have seen that somewhere. Whatever portion of the military promotes all of that. And some of this stuff around employment and earning money in order to have a place to live and food. It also reminds me. I was talking to an old school trucker, an old black guy from Memphis, and I don't think he was I don't think he was trucking anymore. Maybe he was. I don't know. Maybe he was just a local driver. And he was talking about the '70s, and he said, as an owner operator in the '70s, he said he could do one coast to coast run and take the rest of the month off if he wanted to. That's how much money he was making. Which kind of reminds me, in a proper society, aren't there people who would just choose to work less, like myself? Like, why isn't it realistically possible for me to just be like, yeah, I'll happily work 3 days a week every week, or 4 hours a day every day, right? Whatever that is. Why is there realistically not? Is there nothing that I could earn enough money to live? The system, Moloch's machine, the corporate hellscape, that's the last thing it wants, is the availability of jobs and employment. Someone who, eventually has their own truck or whatever, back in the '70s, could just do one run. Basically, that's 2 loads, I guess, or whatever that is. Basically 1 week of work, or maybe a week and a half of work, and then that's all the money that person needs for the whole month. That would appeal to me. Now, part of that, again, this is an old black man from Memphis, so however he was living in Memphis back then, I'm sure was not expensive, but it could have been as expensive as he wanted it to be, right? It's not like he was limited in spending money. But, culturally, he probably just grew up, where it was just normal to be frugal and all of this. Kind of like how I grew up. Not that far away from Memphis, actually. It's just like I say, if it doesn't work for me, I'm not interested. You call it work, okay. Shouldn't it work for both of us, meaning me and the business? If it doesn't work for me, why am I expected to do it? Because the business is not expected to employ people in ways that doesn't work for the business, right? Other than maybe some of these minimum wages getting raised in some ways, whatever's been up with that. Generally speaking, if it doesn't work for the corporations, they don't do it. And the moment they can eliminate a position, they eliminate the position. So why am I expected to go into that version of a hellscape and then just do shit because, well, this is just what you're made to do? It's like, well, no, it's not the greatest time in the world, but I'm absolutely can just go live next to the dumpster behind the Quickie Mart. And, that is a bit hyperbolic. I don't completely mean that, but that is possible, depending on what one is. Now, I would never encourage anybody to do that. Yeah, it sucks, but when we're just talking about survival, that's not hard to do. When a person has developed the skills and the psychology and the mental fortitude that I have, if the goal is to survive or subsist, that's pretty fucking easy. I hate to break it to you folks. The problem for most people is if they're forced into it, and I wasn't forced into it, but if they're forced into it, it's so fucking jarring and shameful, and it's just psychologically scarring and difficult. Like, that's the problem. Like, once the person adapts to it, it's really not that fucking hard. If the only goal is I made it through yesterday in this place and I'm going to make it through today in this place. If that's all we're talking about is, I got to make sure I don't starve to death. I got to make sure that the elements don't kill me. I got to keep myself reasonably safe from the meth heads and, whatever dangerous, violent criminals are roaming about, if that's the standard, That's not that fucking hard to do, folks. It's really not. Now, the thing for me is one of the things that I'm very drawn to, which is walking around and deep in thought all day, goes hand in hand with living that way. It really does. Those are like two peas in a pod. Um, I had somebody just directly walk up to me while I was putting gas in my car yesterday and just made eye contact with me and then walked at me and politely asked me for money. And I just stared at him because I was so deep in thought. And finally, all I could say to him was, "Hey, no offense, brother, but I got something going on in my head, and it's taking me too long to get out of the mode of whatever I'm doing in my head to be able to talk to you." Basically, it's like I had no idea. I just went in and paid for my gas, right? Like I was prepared for that level of human interaction. I'm not prepared for this level of human interaction right now. So, uh, you know, sorry, but I can't even, whatever this is, I can't even do it right now. Like that's the level of deep thinking I get into. And my body rewards me for that. When you want to talk about dopamine and serotonin and all of this, the body's reward centers, for whatever reason, I'm set up to, I get a lot of the feel good chemicals from walking around deep in thought all day. I don't know why. I don't know how. I've always been that way. There's other things that also give me the feel good chemicals, but that absolutely does it. I could be fully contented just walking around every day, assuming my basic needs are met. And surprise, surprise, homeless person in a city, pretty fucking easy to get the basic. Again, if the basic needs is what will keep me alive today, the thing, whatever it was that kept me alive yesterday, and it's going to keep me alive tomorrow. If that's what all we're talking about, that's pretty fucking easy. It's really not difficult. The difficult parts of it comes in psychologically, right? This is what I mean by adversarial. And this is part of how I figured out the adversarial part of the realm. Like this vehicle, I slowed down. I had to slow down before I could pass the semi because this vehicle in front of me now that's hauling fucking balls, he timed his hauling balls perfectly to where he would run me into the ass end of that semi because that's what's more convenient for him because it's easier for him to pass me if he times everything perfectly to where I have to slow down. See, that's adversarial. That's dog eat dog. That's every man for himself. In a collaborative, cooperative society, if he noticed, well, wait a minute, there's Benton. He's probably about to pass that big rig. All I got to do is barely adjust my speed and old Benton can get around and then old Benton will get out of my way and then I can continue hauling ass. No, he's deliberately putting me in a bad position because it's adversarial. See, it's not collaborative. This society, by its very nature and design, it's not cooperative. It's not collaborative. It's adversarial, but it's adversarial in a way where most people are incentivized to sign off on notions of, well, we're all in this together, safety first, community immunity, and all of this. No, that's the inversion of what it actually is. If it was all of those things, society would have no need of those slogans. A society where everybody was all in it together, no use for the slogan, we're all in this together. The fact that the society finds usefulness in that slogan proves that we are not all in this together as a society. Because if that was what society was, there'd be no reason to say it. It would just be taken for granted. It would just be a given. And it would just be like, oh, well, of course there's a pandemic. And of course everybody's just going to, do the right thing, whatever that may be. in a proper functioning collaborative society. It's not possible to have that. And how much of the spiritual attacks that are lobbied against me, how much of that is based on the bullshit notion that, well, yeah, I understand that some of what you're saying has merit, Benton, but at least you can see the possibilities for a proper society. No, I can't. I see that it's not possible to have a proper society. That's what I see. I'm not willing to go along with these notions. God bless blessings to King Stephen, the sanity machine, because I can't watch these panels anymore. But he was on somebody's panel. I don't know whose it was, and he premiered a video which was a snippet. It was his commentary and King Stephen's commentary. Him commenting on a stream that King Stephen himself participated in, and the delusional foolishness of some of these panelists where you got Sanity Machine on there espousing some of the same things I've been espousing, which is, again, I know he's not copying me, but he might tune in from time to time and he might pick up, the way I phrase certain things, maybe, catches on. But, I ahead of me in a lot of the hell realm type shit. Absolutely. Definitely. And in fact, he's helped me out with a lot of my own ways of thinking. Certainly. But just the delusion of this, I don't even, and I have no idea who these panelists are anymore, other than the longtime people who are still sticking it out. But whoever this bozo was more or less Sanity Machines up there going, well, I don't think this is even, or I don't think there's even the possibility of fixing this realm, And then the delusional bozo is like just unwilling to even consider that notion and doubling down on the dysfunction and the delusion of, well, they're basically like, not only do I believe I can change this place for the better, I believe I have changed this place for the better. It's like, what are you talking about? Absolutely not. But the mind control seems to be there. The mind control seems to be there where the realm itself seems to have mind controlled people, or at least certain groups of people, into believing that they are making the world a better place simply by waking up every day. And Sanity Machine, and again, I don't think he's copying me. I think I've probably just helped him. If he's heard this from me, I don't know if he heard it from me or not, but if he did, I might be helping him shortcut some of his own ideas that he's already been having for a long time. Because some of the things I talk about, it's stuff I figured out a long time ago, but I heard somebody else phrase it in a much more easily digestible form. So some of what he was saying was like, I'm like, wow, some of this is starting to sound familiar. It's stuff I've heard myself say recently on my own channel. But again, I don't think he's copying me in any way. It's not what I'm saying. But although people will hear me say this and will run to him and say that that's what I said. Well, no, it's not what I said. Quite the opposite. There's a crazy person being crazy on the side of the road. Seems to be cursing everything that's holy. I don't know, that's strange. Having some sort of freak out. I need a bathroom. That's what I need. My eyesight seems to be taking a turn for the worse. I'm wondering a little bit about my nutrition. Nutrition has a lot to do with eyesight. Definitely. Yeah, this is on the fuzzier side of things with respect to the eyesight. I can't even read that sign right now. That's unusual. with my glasses off. Usually my distance vision is halfway decent without my glasses. I really haven't ate much of anything the last few days other than the apricots and the eggs, of course. And so this is sort of brings us back to the idea of me having these courses around nutrition, and a lot of that is, how I function. How well do I function or not function? You know, it's like, damn, my eyesight's reminding me, right? And I was having trouble reading my phone this morning with the glasses. What the fuck? So I don't know. Probably some kind of nutrient my body's used to getting that it hasn't gotten in the last however many days. And that weight gain, I gained some weight recently. That freaked me out a little bit. It was good weight though. I needed to gain some weight. I finally weighed myself. I was 147 pounds, but that was with my phone in my pocket and my clothing, my shoes. I took the fanny pack off, but still had my phone in my pocket. But yeah, I'm probably pretty close to $140, I guess. Lowest body weight was somewhere around 110 pounds, maybe less. And then I was stuck at about $120 for a long ass time. $120. I hung out $120 to $125 for quite a while. Some of this not eating much in the last few days was just like, all right, let's go ahead and we put some good weight on, but let's go ahead and maybe trim a little bit of that fat and trust the body to hang on to the whatever little bit of lean mass it managed to reclaim. There you go. Yeah, hell hath no fury like the DMV, right? That's not quite the proper expression, but yeah, Department of Motor Vehicles. It's not too bad in Arkansas, where I hail from, where my license is out of. Even when it's bad, it's still not that bad, generally. They're, since the feds are doing everything in their power to force the real ID, it was busier than normal when I was there recently because of so many folks uh, finally upgrading to the real ID. And I'd already had it. Texas forced it when I first got my CDL. I had to Texas. And, they didn't give the option. Again, I'm sure there's some kind of way around it, but as far as just wandering into the DMV and getting a license, there's no version of opting out of it at that level. So I was like, what's the fucking difference? Might as well upgrade me. So I got the little yellow star on my Arkansas ID now. And at some point, my fucking social security card is going to be so dilapidated, I'm going to have no choice but to get another social security card, presumably, unless I finally just renounce the realm so entirely that I just no longer even carry identification. I'm not quite there yet. Maybe. Driven 217 miles so far today. He was doing on the this poor car, man. This thing's beat to shit, but the engine runs good. For show. Democrats, highest inflation in 50 years. All right. So what was 50 years ago? 1975? Yep, that's right. The year you were born, dummy. You're almost 50. Okay. Yeah. 1975. And that's one thing I've found interesting about all this inflation. I've reminded several otherwise intelligent people that, yeah, this is, yeah, the 70s, brother. 1965 to 1980, the Federal Reserve calls that period the Great Inflation. So, yeah, this is not unprecedented inflation. It's absolutely not. It's, yeah, it sucks, but this is absolutely within my own lifetime. This has already happened. This ain't nothing new. And see, again, that's the function of the political system. It's to always provide a scapegoat. High inflation? Oh, we'll blame Democrats. Yeah, because Republican politicians, they had nothing to do with inflation, right? Uh, Donald Trump, the Republican attempting to get rid of the debt ceiling, that has nothing to do with inflation. When Dick Cheney was vice president of the United States as a Republican and out of his own mouth said deficits don't matter, that had nothing to do with the highest inflation in 50 years. See, because we can just blame it all on Democrats. As long as there's a scapegoat, it's completely fine to have high inflation. And the people just, why are Republicans off the hook for inflation? That doesn't make any sense. What? Are you crazy? And I'm convinced that your average person on the street for $10,000 would not be able to come up with what is the difference between the national debt and the budget deficit. What is the budget deficit? What is the deficit and what is the debt? When you hear people refer to the federal deficit and you hear people refer to the federal debt, what is that? I don't think the average person knows the difference. The deficit is the amount that the government spends in a given fiscal year above whatever they take in. That's the deficit. And other than apparently one fiscal year when Bill Clinton managed to balance the budget, it's always a deficit. It's never not a deficit, right? And then the debt is the 36 trillion or whatever it is. The total, and it's not even the total, but whatever the government considers to be the outstanding amount that's owed. And so when I keep talking about the 1.15 trillion in interest on the national debt, that's the money that the banks demand to be paid, or the United States government would be considered in default, meaning that they've stopped paying back their loans. So that's the money that's required to avoid defaulting on the national debt. which is something that's also now beginning to be discussed in some of these news articles. Historically, you would rarely, if ever, see a well, you just really wouldn't. In mainstream media, doesn't even mean anything, but you would rarely see any sort of article about the possibility of the United States defaulting on its debt. That was historically that's been considered impossible, right? So all of these year after year after year of sort of this, I must be dehydrated. My fucking kidneys are hurting now. This ain't normal. I think it's actually my bladder's too full. Anyway, TMI. But excuse me. Maybe we'll find a bathroom. It's like this advertisement for this trucking company. It says A&M Transport. Find out what you mean to Jake. I guess that's their mascot. Respect. TeamJake.com, whatever that is. But if that was a thing, there would be no reason to put it on the truck. If that was actual, the word would be out, and everybody would just go work for Team Jake. Wouldn't be any reason to, if that company was what it claims to be, there wouldn't be any reason for it to be claiming to be that thing. It would just be that thing. Full stop. All right, hang on. We got to plug the other phone in now. Add on. Add on. That's apparently how an Australian person says hold on. Add on. Add on. Sounds like add on to me. There's a Mr. Snowflake, Amber Lynn Reed channel. Mostly, he talks about other people too. And his backup channel, I think it's Under the Hood. I think is what he calls his backup channel. Here we go. Here's the Oasis. Here's the Oasis. I think. Can't even tell. I guess a mirage. I guess it's a mirage because I thought we were already at the exit. We're not there yet. Well, I would have passed this truck. I didn't realize we were so far away from the on ramp. Korean War Memorial next exit. Interesting. Fucking A, man. This is already a clusterfuck. Let's see. Where's going to be the easiest place to go to the bathroom? One thing we can be assured of, whoever followed me off of this exit is going to follow me. I can promise you that. Or at least attempt to. Sometimes I'd like to just randomly drive around a parking lot and just see how long somebody will follow me. Not very long in this case. Sometimes it's just like, wow, they're really still just following me around this parking lot. As if what if I don't know where I'm going? Anyway, BRB. All right, I think we're back. Let me go ahead and switch earbuds. These are going to need to be charged anyway. Hang on, I might have to drop out and come. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Am I here? Yeah, I guess I am. All right, let's see. Let's see. Connect. Mic check. Mic check. Let me see. Audio. Yeah, I think everything worked. Probably ought to get some gas while I'm here. Where are we at? Probably wait till after the stream. I don't know if I can bring myself to. Uh, Probably ought to get some gas. Bear with me, folks. We'll get there. Oh shit, this road is fucked. Ah, damn. Pothole City. Oh shit, there's a taco truck. Damn. Taco truck. I'm still running my yap. I can't run my yap and eat tacos at the same time. Get them for later, I guess. All right. Thanks for your pets. Be right back.
All right. I think we're back. I could tell the connection was getting kind of shitty. I can't remember if I ever mentioned this, but I was in San Francisco long enough, and reason Verizon coverage was the Verizon data was just terrible, and U.S. Mobile lets me switch to T-Mobile or AT&T, so I'm on T-Mobile right now, which generally works fine in cities, but outside of cities doesn't always necessarily have the coverage. Works on most interstates. A lot of the streaming I did back in the Balkan days was wait a minute. Oh, shit. Fucking up. Was I had that T-Mobile 5G home internet. So that, but I found if I had to go out in the middle of nowhere, just sometimes it just like wouldn't work at all. I think now that we're back on the interstate, it should be all good. $4.25 a gallon. How about that? Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we're charging. Good deal. Wouldn't want to run out of battery. Oh shit! Passing the way station, the DOT men out there inspecting a rig, about to crawl up under it. It looked like to crawl up under that rig and inspect it. All right, we're back on the road. I'm still drinking coffee. This is kind of late in the day to be drinking coffee, but I expect I'll be staying up a little later. And it's not even 9 o'clock yet, but I had intentionally forced myself to stay up later when I was in San Francisco. I think I was staying up to like, it's just going to sound hilarious to some of you, but I think I was staying up to close to 10 p.m. every night, at least for a time. And then it kept getting earlier and earlier. And pretty soon I was, it was between like 5 and 6, you know. And I think last night I just said, fuck it. I think I went to sleep at like 3 p.m. I was just like, it's not even night, obviously. It's still fucking daytime. I was just like, fuck it. I'm going to sleep. I'm trying to, the greenhouse effect is heating up my devices. You know, the sun coming through the window. I'm trying to position them to where that won't be quite as pronounced. Shout out to the chat. 4 hours. Goodness gracious. Coming up on 4 hours. Appreciate whoever's listened to whatever I've been on about. Oh, yes. There was a couple of Tibetan monk looking type fellas at the truck stop there. I didn't bother to let them know what I'm all about. There's a bunch of hills out here. There's something on top of one of them hills. Looks like a vehicle, maybe. Somebody drove all the way up there, I guess. They're the king of the world, perhaps. Very interesting. Running on the beach. Rick down there going for runs on the beach. In Florida, I believe, if memory serves. It's not all bad in this the Delusory adversarial. I'm forgetting my own descriptions now. Yeah, delusory adversarial realm of business transactions. There we go. There's pleasures to be had, right? Here and there, certainly. And I myself was commenting on whether that was today or yesterday, I can't recall, but with all the yapping that I do, I was commenting on certainly how interesting, novel experiences. There is an availability of interesting novel experiences to be had, certainly. So we got that going for us. The royal us, of course. Oh, and I remember why I brought up that tragic reality content creator on YouTube, the Black Pill channel. And he said he claims to be 23 years old. Oh, did I forget again? I remember now that I mentioned the channel and I failed to make the point I wanted to make when I first brought the channel up, and then I just started to do it again, and now I forgot again. Why did I bring him up? Goodness gracious. How silly. Fuck. Oh, Discord. That's what it was. He said that people keep wanting him to make a Discord server. And a lot of that is, they want to probably hang out and be his friend and all this. He was pretty much just saying that he's not going to make a Discord. He's not interested in Discord. And, he has no interest in socializing with beyond the YouTube comments. He said he has absolutely no desire to socialize with the people from the channel. So I found that kind of interesting. I've done my own versions of socializing with the people who, I won't even say they like the channel, right? Whoever comes to the channel anyway. And there was a time when me and Drew were doing that morning show. I think it was around that time. Me and Chalk Body Outline were doing that morning show. I think Drew had started the Discord, and there ended up being a Discord, but it was like It ended up being more Benton themed, as I recall. This might have been back when I was drinking a lot too, so I don't. It's hard to remember all the details. I want to say we had a pretty hardcore group of people that we were all interacting every day on a Discord server. It's when I was still using the Unabomber sketch icon primarily. Must have been in one of the probably during the maybe it was the desktop, the motel streaming days. I don't remember. It's hard to remember when that was. But, oh, I think it was when I was working that local job when I broke my foot. I think that's when it was. Sometime around when I broke my foot. And it was kind of interesting because Drew mentioned one time it just sort of happened, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess you're running my Discord, you know, and I don't care, it's fine. Probably wasn't going to make one anyway. And then he said something. I guess he probably thought he was joking, but Drew said something about, yeah, so that way you can't get drunk and delete it. And I was like thinking to myself, well, I wouldn't do that, but fair enough. But then he ended up deleting. Oh, I don't even remember why or if I did anything. And then he deleted it. I was like, well, shit. There goes that. It's going to be fairly popular for a time. I don't really give a shit, though. Whatever. Oh, and, I'm new to this whole fucking, this Cash App card I have is the only card I've ever had with a chip in it. I guess I left my fucking card in the machine at Walmart in Burbank, and somebody found it right away and chased me down in the parking lot, which that's some version of strange, man, because I don't have the best hearing in the world, and I realized when they finally caught up to me, they'd actually been chasing after me and calling out to me for quite some time. And it's like, I guess I thought maybe it was just some random weirdo following me around. I said, you left your card. I said, oh man, thanks. That would have been a disaster, which it would have been. Probably I could just transfer my funds to my NetSpend account, probably. Either way. That was interesting. So that happened, spiritual protection. And then something else happened recently. I can't remember what it was. Spiritual protection is just such a kind of a normal thing. I don't take it for granted, but something else along those lines happened that was quite fortuitous. And I don't even remember what it was enough to even be able to tell you. And it'll come to me later, I would imagine. Oh, I remember. I got to the motel one night, and I hadn't paid for my room yet, and I got there too early, and I was having to kill like 30 minutes before my room would be ready. And I went to my car, and I looked down. There's a fucking screw in the side of my tire, and so the tire was still perfectly inflated, and there's like a used, there's a tire, one of those podunk used tire places across the street. So I was able to go over there and get my tire repaired for $25 and never have to throw on the donut and deal with all that. Again, guided and protected. And if my, knock on wood, but if my truck driving career is over, and I never really know, but I would have managed to make it all the way through without ever breaking down on the side of the interstate. The closest I ever came was I ended up on either an off ramp or an on ramp a couple of times. All my other breakdowns, this is going to sound crazy, they all happened at a truck stop. which even if it wasn't a truck stop where I could get the truck repaired, I think I had to get towed out of one of those truck stops, but at least I was, not like on the fucking side of the interstate. I was at a place that had, you know, if I got stuck there long enough, that had, supplies and such. I don't know. Am I running out of things to say, folks? Maybe, but I don't really have anything else to do. If it's going to be all day driving, I can talk about where I'm going. It's been so long. I'm driving. I'm on I-5 in. I guess this is considered Central California. 93 miles south of Sacramento on I-5, headed up to the Pacific Northwest. So it's a little bit early for the Pacific Northwest. It's definitely capable of rain. It could still rain 10 days in a row, but it probably won't. It could, but it probably won't. It's generally not much of it. It's a light misting rain typically. Typically. They say on average June gets 9 days with measurable precipitation, which some days that's not much at all. So I said, fuck it, might as well. Because I was thinking about maybe just staying at the motel through the weekend and just sort of force myself into making some sort of decision about going somewhere and doing something. But then I was like, well, fuck, that's basically what it'll cost me to just drive to general vicinity of Seattle, Washington. And I'm toying. I'm not committing to this. And even if I commit to it, it won't ever be a full commitment. But I'm toying with the idea of walking like from Seattle to San Diego or something. And I don't mean like there's like the Pacific Crest Trail or whatever. I'm talking about only through urban areas, though. I'm not talking about. So at a certain point, if I try to tell the Google Maps to map that out for walking, it'll try to send me like on the fucking PCT or whatever. But there's also a lot of interconnecting bus systems on the West Coast, and then there's always the possibility of people giving me rides. So I would never just fully commit to the idea of walking the entire distance. It would be more of just like, hey, if I was in Seattle, at some point. Well, but even then, so I probably need to hit Portland first. Actually, see, I'm seeing that my own plan might have a bit of a flaw. So probably what I need to do is go to Eugene first and at least spend, a whole day checking out Eugene and seeing what's up in Eugene. One of my favorite places, if people aren't aware, Eugene, Oregon, home of the Ducks, my backup sports team, the Oregon Ducks. I'm a Razorback, of course. I spent enough time in Eugene. Eventually, I was just like, I guess this is my backup team. Because I found myself rooting for them to some extent. I was really pulling for them that first year they looked like they might make a run at the national championship in the playoff. Either way, let's not get into sports. So, yeah, I guess, I don't know, man. Do I need to? I'm thinking I'd probably want to have already checked. So the problem with trying to walk out of Seattle is you could just take a bus from Seattle to Portland, the Volt bus or whatever the fuck it is, some version of the mega bus, unless that thing's gone out of, it might have gone out of business by now, but I'm pretty sure it still exists. And I still have a car until I manage to extricate myself from the car situation. So part of the appeal of doing some version of a long walk is probably, well, at least it's a halfway good reason to get rid of the car, you know. Apricot wine. Interesting. Yeah, something's up with my kidneys, and I'm not convinced it's entirely. It's probably a good thing, most likely, but something is up with the old kidneys. I don't know what they're doing. They're doing something. A lot of. I can definitely tell my kidneys are stimulated. A lot of kidney stimulation going on. Maybe I'm pissing out some of this fat I put on recently. So I put on some muscle, but I also put on some fat, which is completely fine. That's generally how that goes. It's a bit of both. So maybe that's what this is, just fat burning, maybe. Somebody please anoint this car that's merged into traffic and is now driving slow as fuck. Would somebody please pass them and anoint them so they can speed up? Because whoever's in front of me decided to stay behind them. They're going slow as fuck because nobody's anointing them to speed up yet. You need somebody to pass them so they're anointed. That's a bizarre one to me. Just how many people are unable to merge onto the interstate and then just drive whatever speed they're going to drive? That they have to go really slow until somebody passes them, and then they're anointed, and then they can speed up. Yeah, that's a regular thing that I see. It's very strange. All right, I'm going to try to pass, but we're going to end up going like 100 to try to pass these people. Try. Yeah, we pulled it off. Only had to go 80. Only. It's another gigantic warehouse complex. Just fucking huge, man. Like 4 of them all together right off the interstate here. Just gigantic facilities. All right, I'm putting up the non-tent banner. We fell back to double digits. I'm lapsing into long periods of silence. So we're putting up the non-tent banner. Indian food, family dining, next exit. You know, one thing with my eyesight, if y'all recall, I was eating that 1.7 ounces of 100% dark chocolate, 100% cocoa dark chocolate every day, and I got away from that. and that's definitely good for the old eyesight. So I'm wondering if maybe that's some of those effects are starting to wear off, maybe with my eyesight not being quite as sharp today. A little bit of blurriness. Oh, and since it's non-10, I can hit my vape. All right, let's hit the vape for the first time today. Woohoo! Super Lemon Haze, baby. Shout out to Stizzy Pods. Stizzy. 1 gram or 1G pod. It's a whole new ballgame. Spoken to sativa with without the paranoia and the anxiety. Excuse me, pardon me. Woo! Yes, Super Lemon Haze goes hard. Yes, sir. Goodness. I was baked to the gills for I don't know how long. Night and be like, what's that feeling? Oh, that's right. I'm not high. So I can be smoking in my sleep. But it definitely turned my brain off at a certain point, which is good. I needed a break. I needed a brain. My brain needed a break. I had a good old time in SF. Ate a lot of dank ass food. Might have accidentally ate some soy though. Looking back on it, so I found because San Francisco has some really good pizza slices, low key, and I found a local. I found a good spot that I'd never found before, and I think I was ordering cheese slices, but looking back on it, it might have been vegan cheese. I mean, I'm not entirely sure, but I don't even know what the fuck vegan cheese is. So I don't know. Whatever it was, tasted fucking fantastic. But I got to thinking later, was I? And I only had maybe like 5 slices total, but over several days. It's like, what the fuck did I put in my body? What was that? I don't know. Maybe today will be a pizza day. Hard to say. Probably not. Portland's got some pretty good street food. Also, not going to make it there today, I don't expect. Yeah, pretty soon we'll be in Sacramento traffic. Traffic's starting to pick up a little bit already. Might try to sleep in the car tonight. And I'm not a fan of sleeping in cars. I think I've told you all that a lot. I think maybe it gets forgotten sometimes. And a lot of people, especially people who haven't really experienced homelessness or, maybe knew some homeless people or know a little bit about it maybe, but like some people are very attracted to sleeping in cars and living in cars. I've never liked it personally. Um, as a means to an end, perhaps. But it's not all positives. There's many drawbacks. And there's definitely pros and cons to sleeping rough and just finding a spot and going to sleep at night, right? There's pros and cons to both, but you know, not a huge fan overall of sleeping in the car. And well, actually, there was a time when I have a tent in the car right now. There was a time when it'd be way more likely that I would find a safe place to park the car and I would pitch a tent somewhere. That's actually been way more my MO historically when I did have a car, especially after going back into truck driving. Having the money to go to a hotel and choosing to pitch a tent. Yeah, maybe I need to get back on this chocolate. I don't know. I got off of that one brand, that Lint, and LINDT, and that's that one brand everybody tries to say has cadmium and lead in it. They all have cadmium and lead. It's just that for some reason that brand has got associated with it more than some of the other brands. And it might be, I'm sure it's one of the worst offenders on the scale, but like pretty much all the halfway affordable brands they got the cadmium and lead. It's just how it is. And the darker the chocolate, the more of it it's going to have, sadly. All right, hang on. Got to drive a little bit here. Do a little bit of driving. Yeah, it's picking up. It's still early, though. Should be going through at a pretty good time. I already forgot what I was talking about. Although, now that I think about it with my eyesight, I'm wondering if this is because I hadn't gone that long without driving regularly. Because I really hadn't noticed a problem until it's probably just my eye endurance for driving is not there right now. That's probably what it is. That makes a little more sense. And that in conjunction with the nutritional factors. Aha. Yeah. So I could have done everything the same with my diet. And if I was truck driving, there's no way my vision would be like this. Yeah, that's got to be what it is. That makes sense. Adaptability, number one feature of the human. It's adaptability, adaptation to environment. It'll adapt to driving an automobile, day after day after day, and it'll adapt to not driving an automobile day after day after day. What an amazing machine in many ways. The human body. Might just see how far I can go on naps. I'd really like to make it through the weekend without trying to pay the inflated weekend prices. If y'all know about that. Generally, Friday and Saturday is more expensive for motels. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Last time I thought I was gonna do a drive on naps, I stopped and got a room at like 4 p.m. So who knows? Old man Benton here. Bear with me. Got mesmerized by the traffic. Ah, there it is. There it is. Yep. There's the good vibes. Little heart chakra action there, folks. Ah, it's that true knowledge of self kicking in. Sure, the cannabis helped a little bit, but I don't think I would credit it entirely. Certainly an assist. Certainly an assist. Got me grinning. You know, historically, I preferred strong indicas, but I think actually, overall, I'm probably a sativa guy. If we could, but I like to, you know, I do so much. Although not today since I'm driving, but you know, if I'm not driving, I do so much that you know I'm going the higher end of the intake scale typically, so that it's more than normal. So now I'm at basically none. Yeah, it's a whole new ball game with these sativas, man. And then some sativas do go the other way, and they will give you they will give a certain users more of a indica type of feel. Not maybe not as strong in the body, but something along those lines. And will what I am, what circumstances will what I am uh, provide in the near future? That's going to be interesting and novel. Because back to that reward system, the dopamine and the serotonin and all of that, based on behaviors and such, and other hormones. I certainly do. I've responded positively in the past, physiologically as well, to you know, being useful to others, right? You know, when we get into these ideas around humans as social creatures, and we have to have certain levels of interaction and all of this, you know, and adaptability and working together and all of that, you know, there do seem to be some innate features to the human. Seem to be, right? Along those lines. You know, not necessarily as a teacher, but, you know, in a role of, you know, even just helping people as a some sort of knowledge and experience resource in certain ways, right? Especially spiritually, you know, or spiritually or philosophically related topics. If y'all are picking up what I'm putting down. So see, selfishly, right? Selfishly to serve, right? Other people, not based on altruism, but based on what I will get out of it, right? And then I've also been passing out a fairly decent amount of cash to the underclass here lately, the street folks, some of which who may sleep indoors on occasion. Who knows what that cycle looks like? Homeless isn't necessarily the proper term for some of these folks. And at least one of them would not take my $5, but I, of course, did not insist. But it's like, okay, have a good day. But in some way, it's, I remember, like, I know what it's like, when every once in a while somebody would just drop a bill on me, whether that was a 5 or a 10 or a 20, you know, seemingly out of nowhere. And then more or less just get the fuck out of there, which is also appreciated. It's like, yeah, I'm open to an interaction potentially, but all the better. Yeah, drop the cash and get the fuck out of there. That's even better. A quick word and we're keep it moving. Yeah, see, they're doing it to me. They're timing it perfectly where I'll run into the ass end of the semi, and then they'll be able to just breeze past me. It's perfectly timed. And now we're in a slow driving contest. That's what I mean by adversarial. That's hostile. That's a hostile action. Entirely unnecessary. But it makes whatever they're doing is slightly easier as a result. They probably don't even know that they do that. There is something to being of service. The idea of, which is an action also, to be of service. How much of this realm is predicated on becoming something at the level of an identity, at the level of how one is viewed and how one is then now authorized to view oneself. Oh, I think the nonsense banner needs to come off now. And although it might have to come right back on. If I don't mind my P's and Q's here. Did the nonsense banner distract me out of my discourse? Perhaps. And well, we're going to have to do quite a bit of driving comparatively now, based on the areas we're passing through. So I'll do my best. What was I talking about? Something about identity. So, to be of service, the idea of me serving others, to be of service is an action. Like that's a thing, that's a performance. That's a thing that's performed. The idea of to become something from the perspective of the realm or in relation to the realm is the idea of, a career path, a vocation, a trade, right? Whatever that is, wherever one may be in their life, climbing the corporate ladder, all of that. But then the tie-ins with advertising and the consumer society, how much of that career path and all of that is motivated by, again, the national religion being consumerism based on how people behave collectively or at a mass level, And these people they will do whatever they got to do to worship, to continue to worship. That's for sure. And so that's the idea that people, we have to work for the basic necessities. And I'm here to tell you, no, you do not. Not just a lone person in a vacuum doesn't. There's a lot of people like me that are free to just go wander about the countryside in certain ways, or wander about the dystopia, and are able to get what we need, but not what we want. And if our way of worship, if one's way of worship is through consumption, the national religion and consumerism, well, that's not going to be possible. So that's, me choosing to live in the streets with almost nothing, that is in some way to directly choose some version of a what would its Jesus do, meaning the side where Jesus is, not going to be willing to serve in a working and in being an employee, right? In consumerism and all of these things. And that would be also for me to make myself an adversary of the realm. All right, now we're hitting it now. We're hitting the traffic now. Yeah. What do they want? Y'all wanting to get over? I don't know what y'all want to do. You're going to have to let me know. So I'm going to try to get all the way through this, but it looks like maybe we're already slowing down up ahead. As long as the bladder cooperates, and I expect that it will. Probably ought to find out what the speed limit is. Am I still here? I think so. 6 people. Shit. I thought I was doing good. Damn. So I think I figured out a key point with my own. Hey, there's one of them crazy newfangled electric big rigs, real aerodynamic shaped sleeper cab, long haul. That was one of those long haul EVs. It was pulling a Schneider trailer. That's the company I used to work for, one of the orange Schneider trailers. These big companies, if anybody doesn't know, California was going to force all the trucks, the tractors in and out of their ports would have to be electric by a certain time. And I think maybe that did not happen, but I'm not exactly sure. But even if it doesn't fully happen across the board, there's still going to be incentives and, whatever companies are willing to try to invest in, the EV stuff. And I'm sure a big company like Schneider would be looking at so a lot of this stuff that comes in like Port of Los Angeles. Apparently, a lot of that ends up going to Phoenix, and there's a lot of big warehouses and distribution type facilities in Phoenix, especially that have been built recently and are being built now. It's a big thing going on there. And so whichever of these companies have the first, can reliably get an electric truck to make that run from LA to Phoenix, or LA to Phoenix area. That's something the West Coast is going to want to try to do. I'm almost certain. So when I see something like that with my own 2 eyes, a full size, full wheelbase, that's absolutely an over the road truck. But it's all futuristically. The shape was all futuristic, and it had the slogan on the side. It said zero emissions or whatever. And it may not be fully electric. Who knows? I mean, they might be At this point, they might say, fuck it, let's just go hybrid. And even then, now when you get back to what if they do force all electric at the ports, well, maybe the hybrid truck can go into an all electric mode or whatever. I don't fucking know. I can't call it. It's pretty badass though to see that in the flesh. Got a comment. Smoke break. There you go. There you go. I'm just gonna get the slow lane and just ride it out, I think. Now that we in the city, it's like a big wreck going the other way. They're backing up for miles, so we got lucky on that deal. And it's not our side of the interstate. They're backed up on the side road too, big time, on my direction. Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of all this traffic out here. Not a fan. Not a fan. Portland's pretty fucking bad too. When Seattle, of course. French camp, next 3 acres. Yeah, EV over the road long haul trucks. They've for the long haul side, there seems to be less of an emphasis on rushing all of that to market. So probably the industry is resigned to, still having some human long haul drivers, but I'm almost certain very quickly the process, which may have already started now that no driver in the truck, uh, rigs are hauling freight on I-45 between Dallas and Houston. Officially, not as a test. I mean, no, they're doing it officially. Of course, before it's done officially, the system always does it as a test. So it's been announced that Amazon is testing humanoid delivery robots. Which what that means is if they're testing it, that means they're doing it. It's just maybe on a very limited scale. So when the system says we're testing humanoid robots, what they mean is we have humanoid robots delivering packages. It's just where that's happening and on what scale is may not be known or may not be. It could be a tiny scale, but it's if that's true, then it's being done today, probably right now. Comes to CHP, let them on. Slow driving contest. That's all right. I got all the time in the world right up until I don't. I'm getting mesmerized by the traffic. I think everybody's stoned right now. Seems that way. I've been driving around like Boulder, Colorado, or somewhere like that before. And finally realized, oh, I'm pretty sure everybody's high in this group of cars. That's always kind of funny to think about. I guess I'm just doing this one for the love at this point. I don't know. I don't even know. It's like, and that also says something about my lack of interest in listening to YouTube content. You know, probably by now, if I had a stronger desire to go listen to some content, I would have signed off by now. It's like, damn, I think I'd rather just listen to me on some borderline nonsense or earlier full blown nonsense. I think I'd rather just listen to myself. And my algo is all fucked up right now, but I think that's probably going to be the case more often than not. I'm pretty sure. I had my history and everything off for a long time, and I didn't even have an algo. Not like the full version when you got all your history turned on and everything. I don't know, man. What do y'all think, fellow YouTube junkies? Ain't nothing wrong with that, right? Damn, am I gonna have to stop in the city? I don't want to stop in the city. This is a big spread out motherfucker, though. Sack. Sack. And I should hate to say it, but I don't. But at this point, I am ready to be in areas where I just know that there's about to be a super center, an accessible super center, because we ain't there yet. But Oregon, especially, is a little more amenable to just, oh, I know there's going to be a super center at some point. And then in certain areas, I know exactly where they are. See, I'm starting to feel, definitely starting to feel the positive vibe on returning to my favorite state of Oregon for the first time since before the pandemic. So it'll be a different place, I'm sure, in many ways. Be interesting to see the differences. Now, when I was doing earlier, I was trying to do a little bit of trip planning, and I had mentioned that I was considering, although I will never fully commit to this. I shouldn't say never, but I have no plans to ever fully commit to a specific thing to where later people could say, yeah, but you said you were walking from Seattle to San Diego, and then you ended up taking rides and you took the bus. No, what I'm telling you is if I go from Seattle to San Diego without my own car, I'm not committing to doing that on foot. I might refer to that as walking from Seattle to San Diego. That's not what I mean. So let's be clear. So, it's like I almost walked from Castle Rock, Washington to Seattle, Washington one time, except the cops gave me a ride for like 20 of those miles, and they dropped me off at a transit station, and I still walked the rest of the way until the first City of Seattle bus route, and they let me ride for free. I had $0. $0. That's how we were living back then. The royal we. $0. And I got to Castle Rock by taking all of the transit that was available leaving out of Portland. Although I think when I look back at it, there was one I just didn't find out about. So I think I actually could have gotten farther. But either way, at the time, I don't believe it's possible. uh, unless one wanted to just do the regular old Volt bus or whatever from Portland to Seattle, which I have done at least once that I can recall. I got to Spokane on the Greyhound, I believe. I think. Am I still here? Hello? Yeah. Guess I better check the battery on the main phone. 58%. Yeah, batteries are going to force us off of this stream. Probably. Apologies, we're back in the shit here driving. We're caught up in some bullshit. Hoping we'll start hitting some outskirts here pretty soon. Take a leak, man. Or is this Fresno? Might be coming into Fresno. Fresno's on I-5, I believe. Just going from memory. Cali's a big motherfucker, man. I can tell you that. It's a big motherfucker. What up, El Perro? Yeah, I bet you have. El Perro said he confused the algorithm with 30 different YouTube channels. Yeah, I bet you have. Said I got algorithms for every day of the month. I got algorithms for every day of the month. $55. What? Works on it. Guess I'll get back in the slow lane. In that case, I'm interested in dealing with any tickets. That's for sure. Only thing I really managed not to do during all of this was my DOT physical expires in December. Probably would have been the best thing to just go ahead and get that done while I was in Arkansas. But as long as I don't let it expire, which I won't, unless I choose to, of course. To keep my CDL in good standing, which I may or may not need in the future. We'll see. Yeah, that was good stuff I had earlier about to be of service. I figured that out on the stream today. You know, my inside my own sphere of influence, right? My own sensations, my own physiology, as much as that's even a thing, in a realm that's only seemingly material, as we know, as well, the royal we know. So, going more based on my body's reward centers, and I've always enjoyed, as long as I can remember anyway, I've always gotten enjoyment selfishly gotten enjoyment out of, being useful to other people, right? But not in a, you know, demeaning or codependent or strained, or just, in a above board loving way. It's really shouldn't, that should go without saying, but unfortunately, I don't know that it does. Yeah, here they come. Yeah, bomb this lane. Maybe that'll get you where you're going faster. Maybe if you make a beeline for the ass end of a 2012 Nissan Versa hatchback with Arkansas plates in a city in California, maybe that's the key to getting through all of this traffic faster. Are you crazy? One of the two of them figured it out at least. Like, no, that is not the path to getting through this traffic. Now here comes the pressure. Let's find. Oh no! See, they found out I'm not actually going to speed up. So bizarre, man. It's bizarre, bizarre behavior. They weird out here, and that's everywhere, not just Cali. But Cali's especially good at it. Especially enjoys that maneuver. The dive bomb, and then let's see if they'll speed up so we can have less of a chance of getting a ticket for our own speeding. But I wasn't speeding to begin with, which is, to me, a fairly good indicator that I'm not trying to speed. Up, double digits. I better pick up the pace. Pick it up. Oh, well, drop back to 2. But drop 2 back to 8. Oh, well. Shame on the miss. I may not be able to drive tonight. My eyesight continues to be a problem. I've got good night vision, but mine's been when I wake up and then drive and it's already nighttime. Not when I'm up all day and then the sun sets and then I drive. That's a completely different ballgame. A vacuous, delusory, adversarial realm of business transaction. And the fact is, some proportion of these, whatever these beings are, would prefer it that way. That this is their utopia, and a vacuous, delusory, adversarial realm of business transactions. Yes, so some beings would be attracted to that, would they not? Find that novel and interesting. Find that fulfilling. To best their competitors in business transacting. In the transacting of business, right? I don't know that I've ever given a flying fuck about the transacting of business. I understand parts of it, certainly. In fact, I operated my own successful micro business for a time in Eugene, Oregon, where my highest profit for one day. This is not what I made. A lot of people will tell you that they made a certain amount of money because that was their the amount of money they took in that day. Now, this was the amount of profit that I made that day based on how many cigarettes I sold in Eugene, Oregon. It was $40 at 10 cents a cigarette. And in fact, they were selling for 15 cents a piece after I initially gathered market share at 10 cents a cigarette. And I had hesitated to raise the price to 15 cents. And someone that I trusted that seemed to know what they were talking about said that I could raise it to 15 and they would pay it no problem. And he was absolutely right. So at that point, profit was 10 cents a cigarette. So you can do the math on what I was. Of course, I was had one of those rolling machines, one of those metal rolling machines, and I was stuffing the tubes with the machine. Bear with me as trying to decide which one of these truck stops I'm going to. I feel like I might have panhandled out here at one point. I know I've done some on I-5, but not a lot. But this could be it. I kind of had the same thoughts when I stopped for coffee earlier, though. So probably not. Now, this is going to take longer to get to the truck stop, but I think we're going to get out way faster where I'm going. Some traveling, is this some actual traveling folk on the side of the road? Look a little more homeless than traveling folk, but interesting. Appear to be hitchhiking. All right, where are we going? I was going to go to the Flying J, but we just missed it. I missed the entire auto entrance. Motherfucker. We did. It's the whole fucking thing. Yeah, this is a clusterfuck for sure. Find somewhere to park. It's not going too well. Okay. Well, there's a semi over here. Oh, that's the fuel. That's the fuel tanker for this side. Anyway, I'll be right back. Man, I wish there was a way to have these phones not just, dude, they're both just burning up because of the sunlight's hitting them. Fuck. It's a bit of a bummer. Wow, somebody's just drove like 50 miles an hour through the parking lot. That was interesting. Good thing I wasn't quite pulling out yet. This is going to be a, see if we can figure it out. This is California 12. Hang on. Now I don't even know how to get back on the damn interstate. No, this ain't it. I got to turn. Yeah, I got to make a right turn here. That's what it is. Ah, okay. I remember now. Yeah, I may have turned left at this light. All right, buddy, do it. If you're going to do it. Okay, next right, north. Okay, we got it. Reading. They look like they belong in Reading. Yeah. Two crank monster females. Yeah. Hitchhiking from I don't know, wherever the fuck we are. Somewhere general vicinity of Sacramento. Sacramento to Reading. Reading's a bit of a rough place. One of the earlier places to have a huge meth problem. At this point, just describing it based on meth, really, that doesn't even really mean anything. So many, virtually everywhere has been real hard hit, except, perhaps the Northeast. Never got hit quite as hard for whatever reason. I wonder why that is. Anybody? Why Northeasterners are apparently less attracted to the methamphetamine? Or does the government just not allow it up there? I'm sure it's obtainable, but you know what I mean, as far as flooding the streets with it. That's one thing about that Kensington area of Philly. That none of those people really seem like they're, hopped up on meth. Even if they're on other drugs too, the meth should, get them back to some level of not being bent over in stupor. One would think, right? One would think. Oh yeah. What time is it? 10 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, I'm inclined to keep the stream going. At the risk of yurting the stream, I might have to shut it down based on how hot these phones are both getting. It's no freaking bueno. And I got the wrong damn charger too. That's not helping. Oh well. Oh. I need to quit crying and just go ahead and get that $500 phone I've been talking about for so long. God damn. Part of me is just against spending that much on a phone. Oh, man. tough one. Unlike the phone I have now, it's not known for getting really hot and also at times have the battery drain really fast. It's known for the opposite. Of course, that comes with a different set of trade-offs. However, well, now here's a bonus. If I buy it in Oregon, I can get it with no sales tax. So that's saving about $50, 40 to $50 savings. Oh, yep. I guess I do need to look on the maps and see where. I don't even know where I'm at. Just driving in a specific direction towards the Pacific Northwest. I think it was like when I left, I think it was like 800 and something miles to Eugene. I could hypothetically make that through, with naps, stop and walk around, all of that type of shit. San Joaquin County. Am I in the middle of nowhere again? Wait, what? Oh, never mind. The fucking map's upside down. Oh, we never even made it to Sacramento, according to this. What the hell? Am I going south? Did I get on the wrong interstate? Somewhere? I'm going north. Huh. Didn't I say a long ass time ago that Sacramento was 93? Maybe it was 193 and I read it wrong. Because, how would I? Yeah, I've only driven 310 today. Yeah, never mind. I must have misread the sign or somebody removed the one. I remember a long ass time ago saying, oh, Sacramento, 93 miles. Yeah, we haven't even made the Sac yet. I'm sure. So what was all that we went through earlier? Well, that's interesting now that we know where we are. A vacuous, delusory, adversarial. What was the other one? Oh, realm of business transactions. Yeah. Raise your hand if you don't give a flying fuck about business transactions. It's funny because they talk about Eve in the garden being deceived, but I don't know if she was deceived into a realm of a never-ending series of business transactions. I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe it was Adam that got duped. So I'm not sure Eve would have signed up for all this. What do y'all think? It's like, yeah, well, they like money, sure. I mean, I like money, but I don't know if they would have came up with all this. Corporate hellscape, and of course, consuming. They seem to be more into the consuming, but males have closed that gap, or are probably seeming to close that gap. And it won't be too long before women of a certain age, and I don't mean old, are out earning the males. And apparently, they've been saying for a while that a specific group of women in their 20s out earned their male counterparts. I'm sure there was quite a few caveats in there, right? But whatever the criteria was. There's already more women than men get bachelor's degrees. That's our parity with men. Tons of women judges, lawyers, prosecutors, etc. Right. I don't know, man. It's interesting to think about that. who does all of this foolishness appeal to more? People. So modernity. When is it never? That's what I'd like to know. When is it not modernity? Now I'm starting to think of where, if I'm willing to really drive my ass off, where I'm eating at our road. Fun. I do enjoy good food. Also, likely, like, yeah, why not? I've got a car. I've got the gas money. Right? Why not drive my happy ass to the Pacific Northwest, if not all the way to Seattle? Or I don't know that I'd go all the way to Bellingham. For some reason, I confuse Bellingham with Bellevue in my mind. But yeah, Bellevue's in the Seattle area. Bellingham's up there near the Canadian border, I believe. Haven't spent just a ton of time in Washington other than Seattle, which even that's been somewhat limited. But I want to say my longest consecutive stint ever in Seattle, close to a month, I want to say. Although some of that might have been counting some time I was in Spokane. I might have been in Seattle. I think I was in Seattle for a time, went to Spokane. They jacked my rucksack. Well played, Spokane. And then went back to Seattle. I actually had money at that time. Ended up flying to Arkansas for like $100. All of this was all pre-pandemic, of course. I used to say fake pandemic, but at this point, I'm not even worth my time, the time and effort to even add that on. It was what it was. It meant whatever it meant, right? It's vacuous. It's as empty, void, hollow, devoid of content as the rest, right? It's a big old RV. It's been on the side of the road so long, it's got the sticker on the window, it looks like, or the announcement to tow. But then actually, it looked like that could be a different sticker. So it looked like somebody half-assed tried to scrape it off, but then gave up. Back when I was with ex-wife number one, and I was rootin' tootin' and air quotes homeowner, right? Normie as fuck. Lowell, Arkansas decided that I was no longer allowed to park on my street in front of my house, and they actually that's I might be misremembering this a little bit. Maybe I didn't live in the neighborhood anymore, but I was visiting. Something happened. Yeah, it's funny how I don't even know my own stories sometimes. But either way, it would have been in the same time period. It might have been after I moved out of there, actually. So that would have been after ex-wife number one. Either way, fucking Lowell, Arkansas PD put one of them stickers, and I drove to the police department and made them take the sticker off, and they took it off. And yeah, that was interesting. And I believe that was at my buddy's house on the same street I used to live on, and I think I was staying with him for whatever reason. Maybe I was working for him or something. And I think, yeah, that's a whole chapter of old Ben's life that I don't think's been talked about at all, actually. I don't know if I even have the desire to get into that or not, but yeah. And I think my thing was like, look, nobody told me, and if I had known, I would do what I'm gonna do, which is park in the motherfucking driveway. So how about y'all take that sticker off my car? That looks like it's gonna be a bitch. And I'm not trying to go buy a bunch of fucking, I'm not going to try. What am I gonna do? Go buy a kit to take that off my fucking window? What is this? Man, they had to have paid over $1 for that thing, based on the size and how difficult it is to remove. Like, that costs some taxpayers some money somewhere. That fucking sticker. Yeah, well, and I think maybe they would have been inclined to give me some attitude, but where they put it was on my driver's side window. So I said, "Man, this car is not even safe to drive right now." I said, "Look, look at the size of this thing and look where you put it." I think that was my major point. Was like, "Hey, man, look at what you've done to me here." Right. I think that's probably why they didn't really give me any pushback on removing it. I was more or less like, basically like, y'all are taking this off, and they did. Crazy, man. Crazy. Yeah, but that was I think that was my key point, was like, hey, I would probably just not have bothered, but I need to go places, and look, this is not safe to drive, man. I can't fucking see to turn. I can't see to pull out. Like, what are you doing to me? Take this fucking thing off my window. Pretty pleased with sugar on top. And in the future, how about don't put it there? Maybe back windows. I don't know. Not that one. Probably not the other one up front. Shout out to chat. Appreciate y'all riding with me on I-5 in Cali, just south of Sacramento. Where I guess we're hitting. It'll be close enough to lunchtime by the time we get there. It shouldn't be too bad. Traffic are, yeah, headed north. Don't know that I'll be making it all the way to Oregon today, but that's a long ass way, Los Angeles to the Cali, Oregon border. But, on I-5, that's a long ass way. But, well, this would have to be tomorrow almost, because we'll be getting rested. That's another thing. The idea of driving straight through on a long road trip. What about the part where I'm tired and now it's time to rest when I get there? I always made more sense to me to get there somewhat rested, to where maybe I might want or need to do stuff other than immediately rest when I get there. Although, you never know if it's just you're going to visit a buddy or whatever. But even then, it's like, yeah, haven't seen my friend or whatever, and it's it's rest time. It's time to rest. That's no good. But I said Eugene's 830 miles, I think is what it was. I've driven 324. It's 500 miles. I'm almost sure I can do that. Again, not in one drive through, but making stops and taking a nap. Although once the sun goes down, my vision might tell me that's a no-go. And that seems to be improving for whatever reason. Then also there's the factor of the interocular pressure. Cannabis does relieve interocular pressure, so maybe my eyes got used to a lower pressure, maybe, since I haven't only had a couple of tokes. Got to be able to drive the automobile safely. Very important. Diamond Lane. We must be getting close. Oh, also in the old days, I used to pick up all hitchhikers. So in the old days, those crank monsters would be in the car. Although women is a little bit different because women almost always get picked up right away. There's exceptions, obviously, because those two crank monsters trying to get to Reading are the exception. But so I wouldn't necessarily, and that's the thing. Women typically get picked up so fast anyway. There's less of them hitchhiking. That's also a part of it. But there are women hitchhikers, but yeah. At a certain point, I got to where it was just like I can't even really be bothered to reconfigure my car to accommodate another human or a couple of humans. Can't even really be bothered to do all that. And then half the time they got some animal with them. Those ladies probably did, but I wasn't even paying enough attention. And nothing against animals, but I prefer not to have them in my car. Although there's been times when I've picked up a hitchhiker and their animal. It has happened more than once. So, just for the record, I'm not anti-animal. But at least some of the time, the animal has deposited fluids into my vehicle. Also, that's not fun. It's not fun. Well, in fact, I do remember now. I took some folks from Slab City to drop them off somewhere in San Diego, and then I needed to go to a Army surplus store in El Cajon, and then went back to Slab City. The one chick's dog, just like at this gas station along the way, where it's like a stop off the highway, kind of in the middle of nowhere. You can tell they really do a lot to keep up the appearance. Hell, maybe just the big sandstorms, maybe that keeps their concrete pristine. But their dog just like took a fucking shit like right there, just in front of the store. It's crazy, man. Crazy, man. It's like, yo, this is nuts. And then the person, whoever it is at the store is just like looking at me, and I'm like, well, I don't know what you want me to do, man. I'm driving, but fuck, I got nothing to do with whatever that dog's doing. But I guess technically I brought it here. Could you be more specific, Commander? But yes, a time of great confusion, to be sure. Perhaps some of it could lie with me. I have been talking for over 5 hours by now. 5.5 hours. The phone I'm broadcasting from is down to 28%, 26% battery. Oh, here's a Walmart. Can't quite bring myself to stop, but Sacramento city limit. How about you? Yeah, that's a gigantic. That's like every store there is. Dick's Sporting Goods, Hobby Lobby, Ross. That's not the outlets though, right? So there was a Walmart. It's not usually a Walmart. Yeah, 511, Tactical, big old gigantic cinema. Yeah, I'm sure that's some sort of famous shopping center in Sacramento. I'm not acquainted with it. Yeah, I'm down to 26% battery. Earlier, it wasn't even charging when I had the broadcast phone plugged in. It started. It was at like 38%, and I plugged it in, and it pretty much just stayed at 38%. So see what this does. Once it gets down to about 20, I don't like to run them much lower than 20. Supposedly not good for the battery. That's what they say. America's farm to fork capital, it says. Welcome to Sacramento, America's farm to fork capital. Well, with all the farmland I've driven past today, I guess that makes some sense. Oh, am I the pusher? Am I your pusher? You gonna try to push me through, little car? Am I here to get pushed ahead so you can speed without getting the ticket? Is that what it is? There's a whole bunch of lanes. I'm not really sure why I'm being tailgated out here in this wide open road. I'm curious. I don't know what that is. And there's a semi going about 50 right there. What this is? Maybe they're taking the exit. No, they're not. They're on my tail again. Bizarre. My vehicles speeding up and speeding and thinking up. Just out trip, man. And I can't be the only person who uses StreamYard and mostly involves myself with audio. Can't be the only one. It's like the fact that there's no way by now for me to just turn the fucking screen off to save battery. That's crazy. And maybe if I turn the screen off, it may still work for some period of time, but eventually it doesn't. Eventually it stops working. Streaming. Apologies for the silence, which is a meditation. Shout out to Rob Cleveland. He pops in from time to time. Mr. Cleveland. I haven't seen him in a while. More comments. Oh, I can't quite see the avatar between my old ass eyes and the size of it on the screen. But hopefully, I'll get to see it at some point. I'm on a road trip. I'm actually I'm not going to Canada, but I'm on I-5 in California, and planning to perhaps go as far as Seattle. We'll see. I'm trying to make too many plans. I'm thinking about ditching my car and then through some combination of walking, perhaps getting a ride here and there, and local buses, perhaps taking my sweet ass time going back south on the west coast of North America, where Miss Bex hails from, if folks are unaware, the west coast of North America. Is that considered the Pacific Northwest, technically speaking? All right. Ha ha ha. I don't mind all caps, Bex. In fact, I was the one. At one point, there was a fake OTW running around, and I was like, "That's not OTW. OTW only posts in all caps." They're like, "Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's not him." Yeah, all caps doesn't bother me, but yeah, it doesn't really help. I don't know that it helps. But I kind of like it overall. There, yep, there's the sign for Redding, California. Bex, there was a couple of crank monsters. These cranked out old ladies, crank monsters, uh, trying to hitchhike. Last place I stopped to go to the bathroom. Because usually women hitchhikers usually get picked up, I mean, more or less immediately, from what I've seen. It was so bad at first, from first glance, I thought it was a male female, a couple situation. And on the way out, I was like, oh, that's, yeah, female crank monster trying to get up to Redding, which used to be known as a big time meth town, but I mean, that pretty much is everywhere. That's everywhere in America by now, just about. So that doesn't mean a whole lot. But it's definitely a hot spot. I'd say maybe like Spokane, Washington, and probably south of Tacoma, like south side of Tacoma, maybe, or just Tacoma in general. Washington, the most cracked out places I've been as far as the level of meth, your average level of meth head, just where they're at in their spirit, in their spiritual journeys. Damn, that's a whole nother breed over there. Spokane, home of Jack Talcott, for anyone who may be unaware. All five of you. But yeah, the battery in the audience and my lack of content. I think we're finally gonna take my leave. Thanks for watching. Bye.